Okay. So, I think we start with Korea. Let me go over to Korea now. Start with Korea. I feel like... I don't know. Maybe someone is King's Row. Crazy Raccoon, this felt like in this part... By this part of the series, they were pretty desperate though, right? Maybe... Where is it? Is it one before? Maybe the Crazy Raccoon Falcon? No. Maybe it's one of the Zeta ones. Maybe a little bit of this. Maybe we start with this Lijiang Tower versus Wei. Maybe we start with that, right? Let me get up replays. Whoa! They've changed the format into this. Oh, this is pretty. By pretty I just mean really fucking orange. How am I? I've lost. Where even am I? So round robin, 1, 2. Is this is right? Okay. We actually want to go right to the bottom. Alright. Here's all the Pacific games. Pacific, Japan, all the Japan games. Korea. Right, here we go. Wish I had dates or something on it. Thanks, C-word, for the 12 months.
Jump scare.
If you don't want ads, you have a button to press. I've already forgotten what game we were looking for. Zeta versus Y. This one, right? This one, map 1. Okay, we've got it. Alright, what we're going to also have to do is we're going to have to pray to the replay gods on this one. Hey, Musket. Why does my dock look so weird? I don't know. They've changed it since last time. Oh, hold on. I should probably do it. I don't know if zooming out really makes it any better. Alright, so what we might have to do with this, when I did my coach's review, exclamation mark new vid. Ooh, thank you, Moloch.
They started calling my guy with the owl hat at work. Being bald and into owl, we are the same.
We are the same. Guy with the Overwatch hat. What's the hat? Is it like a hero hat, or does it just have like the Overwatch logo on it? Yeah, so we're gonna have to yeah, we're gonna have to play around with the replay viewer. When I did my coach's review with Cap, we watched all of the Esperança. That's just for logo. Okay, that's pretty clean actually, though. Ooh. Then what was I gonna say? Yeah, when I did my one with Cap, it was we just didn't skip and everything was fine. So I think what we might have to do is a similar type of thing here, where we only skip if we're super desperate, right? Only skip if we're super desperate. Yeah. Fantastic system, yeah. So what we should do is we should be prepared to slow-mo and pause a lot to figure things out. Hold on. Flash a little bit by the sun. Oh, there we go. Alright, good night, Goofy. Thank you, Moloch.
Off-day hype train.
An off-day hype train. Yeah, I feel like I want to do more of these type of streams. Just like on either Thursday or something, like before the games, just to look through it. Because I feel like sometimes I watch a lot of Overwatch, but I don't see a lot of Overwatch. If you know what I mean. Like, I watch large quantities, but only at a surface level. Got a door to heaven on my right? I know, but we're staying away from heaven right now. Until we do this VOD review. Alright. Not skipping the intro.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, so the thing we're coming to this VOD review wanting to, I guess, learn more about is obviously Zeta were expected to beat Wei anyway. It's not every code. Okay, interesting. Alright, we'll still try and avoid it for the sake of what's the word? Speed, I guess, more than anything else. But okay. The game volume a bit loud for everyone else. Oh, come 150. When will VP choose for team? They've already chosen. Both teams have already chosen. They've not announced it officially. Can I just say? All right. I'll say, but you guys have to keep it just between us, okay? Just between us. You guys are all trustworthy, right? If anyone's not trustworthy, mute the stream now. It's they picked Gen G. If anyone leaks it, I'll ban them. All right. So initially, wait, can you guys see my pen? We can see my pen. We're fucking cooking. Your eyes were closed? Nice. Okay. So initially, what we have to sort of establish is that actually, for Malga into Hazard, if Malga just meets for Hazard, Malga should feel pretty good about that. If I'm the Hazard comp, I probably want to find these situations to go past for Hazard a little bit. That's like the broadest fucking most basic bit. And you can see immediately they're going to concede a lot of the space, and they've got this sort of, they've got their backline in white, which I don't know about. I always feel like, you see lots of teams play Ana on this map, but I feel like it's so easy to get stuck in either area A or area B, you know? But your ability to influence a fight is really hard. Like, if you can get Violet's position, it probably feels good, but I feel like you probably can't do this in this type of matchup. Alright, so we're all going to back off to point. Aid is going to play a solo off angle. Violet is back at the choke. Alright. So you can see Lisu Min, who are you, immediately making the move. Violet's going to back away from that. Alright, they're quite happy to force through point here. Zeta Division, that is. Cool. That's well, have I drawn a perfect square? Zeta Division are quite happy to force through point here. So they don't really need to make any move, I think. Now that they've gotten this space, they keep their backline here, they keep their Sojourn here, and Alpha you can just float between sort of right and left, trying to mark these flanks, helping Banara a bit on point. Then in theory, they should just win over time. They can nade for Hazard, stuff like this. And then this distance, like this option for Milgaru. If I say, Milgaru, your job is, can you get us on like a good target, like an Ana or a Sojourn? The answer is, it's real fucking hard, boss. It's real fucking hard. And so we're going to try it. Mac is actually going to go for a flank. Looks like he's got through mostly unseen. Now he's been seen. Okay. So now we get a little bit of Alpha Yi floating left to right, trying to mark sides. And he will just get a kill. To be fair to Maka, I nearly pressed, fuck. I need to like reset my muscle memory because I nearly pressed skip back. But what we will see, what we perfectly see is they actually mark the flank. And this is what you want to do. If you're in a comp that just has like better utility, better, like you win over time essentially, because you've got stuff like Ana, stuff like Zen, stuff like Malga, you don't need to rush anything. Alright, so then we're going to turn on to Who Are You? They deal with Who Are You? And you notice how, like, Bernard just hasn't really had to do anything. He's just been standing on point this entire time. Everything's been really fine. A nice, easy first point. Okay. Alright, so nothing particularly miraculous about that. Where's Violet's care? Finn hates him. So, unfortunately, no care. Alright, so split push again. Lucio Genji coming through point. And a lot of the same thing, right? You can just see happy to play at the back. Alfie and Flora just going to poke a little bit. And they just have control of everything right now as Zeta Division. So again, the question is, can they do anything to get past? You're going to see a bit of pressure on both sides. They go into Alfie, they go into Flora. Hui is going to have to get out. They have to coach away from the nade. And you see how now they've sort of tried to go for something, but Milgaru, that's not Milgaru. Milgaru has been forced back. Who are you? Still not Who Are You. Who Are You has been forced back. Why not Kiri instead of Ana from Maka? I don't know, maybe it would help, but I still feel like the distance, even if like, you know, like Milgaru crosses this distance, and then they sort of TP with him or walk with him to Suzu, it still feels really hard. Maybe it feels better, but I worry it's still just as hard for the Hazard. The ban was... where are we going? So it was Zeta banning Bull, Wei banning Juno. I think even with the Kiri, it gets really hard. Because as well, remember, if like, let's say if we run the hypothetical and the Hazard dives, the Kiri makes their move, the Genji, Lucio, they do some kind of like big 5-person swing, then all of a sudden, Bernard's job on point gets really easy because he can go, oh, no one's contesting point, I'll go look for a counter slam punish as well. So I think it puts them in like a really awkward position here. Maybe some of this is just a limitation of like Hazard on map control. And Flora's actually going to find an open picture in all of this. And again, you can see like trying to close the distance here a little bit. But look how much damage Milgaro has taken trying to cross this distance. I mean, you're probably right in the sense like if I look at Maka's POV, I mean, maybe his line of sight doesn't look... Yeah, like it's like a decent enough nade lineup. Oh, I remember this actually, yeah. Nano Jax. Do I dare skip back? Do I dare skip back? Oh, we got back. We got back. We got back. But you can sort of see that even though they've crossed the distance, and Maka has like about as good a lineup as you can really ask for, Aid is completely isolated from any sort of heals. He has to rely on the Mega. Who are you? We're so far back. Like, we're so separate now. We're trying to play on the Mega. So even though we kind of set it up, and we get decent value, and A even finds the pick, you can sort of see, you can see the idea, right? And I think like Wei probably did about as good a job setting this up as they can do. But then all of a sudden, like Alfie's going to go for this swing right. He actually gets the pick, but now he's just cooked, right? Is something with the perks. Yeah, I think somebody said the same thing. It's like once you get a certain amount in. I think Alfie and Pelican subs are simply map dependent. I think to the degree that they probably have the maps they usually play in scrims. But I don't think it's like a much more than that, you know? Like I think people just play the map they normally play in scrims. But I don't think that decision on what maps to put them in scrims is much more than just making sure they both get playtime. Alright, so similar thing. They're going to do the same push this time, but they have a Bob on the flank. They've probably gone a little bit early here. Bob's going to get slept. You can see they're going to get themselves onto point with this. Finn's going to Kitsune Rush on point. Again, you can see that they're trying to take over this area, but Violet has, like, Finn's TP'd in, Violet has rotated away. So again, you ask the question of, like, have Wei at any point got particularly close to getting their back or to getting onto some of the key targets they want? Not at all, really, right? And then, like, Who Are You's going to keep taking this one-on-one, doesn't actually get beat. Poor Who Are You. Doesn't get the nano, gets jaxed on him, doesn't get the beat. Gets forced all the way out. They actually catch Violet peeking this area back. Violet probably, again, I mean, maybe a classic, you know what I mean? Like, if Violet's just, like, a little bit later, everything's probably really fine. Then they come back with overclock. Finn's maybe going to get traded as well. But now, 3v1. And he gets cage barraged. Yeah. Winnable? Not winnable. Why did Hazard keep going right? Wouldn't it have been better playing on the left-hand side? Do you mean like far right through their Mega? I don't know. It feels like all of the... Which way's Garden? Is Garden down? Yeah. I feel like the problem you have is if Zeta are in like this kind of setup and the Hazard goes, if he goes all the way right, he can obviously get a little bit closer to Nisana. I know this was a Kiriko, not a Juno actually, but if he goes all the way right, it's really obvious that he's coming this way, right? We saw him go this way right one time and he really struggled. If he tries to go through point, again, the Malga's going to do a bunch of damage to him. He's liable to get hit by everything, by the Sojin, everything like that on the way in. If he goes left, he can kind of do... It probably is like his quickest way, but again, like, because Violet was playing this sort of area, again, like, Violet's always just keeping, like, this big distance between them. So I think the problem is it's too hard to do like a middle jump. Maybe if you go left-hand side, you can get into dojo and then you can clear that a little bit better. But you got to remember again, if they commit too many people in one direction, it just becomes very easy as well for the Mauga to just come and deal with this as well. Oh, hold on, let me respond to this. So I don't know. I think the problem is it's just like it's hard on this map. I think there's maybe a world where like I don't know which would have been the better split. Because the problem is if you all go this way as well, it means suddenly A doesn't have as good a flank either. I mean, this is a lot of reason why people play Pharah on this map as well, just because all of a sudden you see how difficult it is for A to sort of like every time Aid got into a meaningful position, he died for it, right? Whereas something like a Pharah could at least sort of contest from here, or if you get in this position, then you've maybe got an option for like your Hazard to go through here or using this to set up, and your Pharah can even like go coast or something, right? So maybe something like that would have felt a little bit better. But I understand like Away don't really have like Aid's a hit scan player, right? So they kind of need to make it work as best they can. Maybe what we're seeing is just some of the like some of the power of the Mauga, because they ran it with the Ana quite a lot, right? Where am I going? With the Ana, Juno Brig there. That was into Sigma. Mauga, Juno Brig, where's ZETA Division? Yeah, did the Juno on the attack. Oh, I should say D3. And then Ana on the defense. Oh, someone else covered for you. I'll try and put it there, maybe. Yeah, then you guys can see everything. Yeah, I don't know. Just I think Wade could have played it better, but I think the theory is like pretty reasonable. All right, so this one now, using the same logic, I think this one should be much easier for Wade's style of comp to land on some of these key targets. It should be really hard now for Violet to take any sort of meaningful space. Unless they win a fight, then maybe he can like set up post or something. So this one in theory should be a lot easier. How much limited hero pool? Alpha you can play everything, I think, really. Like Tracer, Genji, Pharah, he's all like top draw on. Probably Echo as well. Like maybe some of the like more niche stuff like Mei. Sombra not as good. Like it's like maybe Pelican definitely has the advantage there, but I don't know. Hero pool's really fine, I think, for Alpha. So what we're gonna try and do is Violet's gonna try and play this angle. But again, he's sort of moving. I feel like if you're gonna, because this feels like he's going for a flank nade almost. Can I skip back again? Do they have perks? They have perks. So they're gonna call the gang on him. Violet will die for it. Maybe Alpha you can trade it back. Oh, he can't trade it back. He can't trade it back. See, I feel like the idea originally would have been that what ZETA want to do is they're going to have their Mauga come, we take some kind of stomp trade here, and then Violet has like the nade angle. But if we go back, what you can see is actually Way have done the same thing. In the sense that there, Lucio Genji is ready to mark this angle. Mac has actually rolled out this way as well. So what Violet does is he runs into the entire gang. You can see maybe, because if you look at Milgari's position as well, it looks like both teams are really trying to one-up each other's rollout, right? Like ZETA Division are planning to take the fight in White Room with an Ana flank nade. Way on the other hand, they're expecting to lose for White Room. They're expecting to lose the White Room fight. So what they're actually setting for is to maybe concede White Room. Then maybe Milgar is going to come in from this side. At the same time they have that, and then their Genji Lucio can come from everywhere, and their Sojin can kind of walk wherever. But they lost their rollout really hard. I think partly obviously because there's no Lucio or Juno on the side of Oh, fuck, disaster for burner. Why not trade already? Because they weren't really in, I think. You know, like when Violet dies, like when Violet dies here, Banara's kind of here, right? And it's also like, there's no one to go on. So I think they just like cut their losses. I'm a bit surprised, if anything, that after they've done that, Burner then just does this to try and deny flip. I think this is kind of really greedy. And then they're just going to die staggered if they're not careful. I guess TP out. The wall's actually good again from Milgari. I get the trade. Thanks to the nade. Alright, gonna back it up, slow it on point. ZETA can kind of just walk for free now. Nah, this is actually such a wank Kitsune rush, isn't it? Like, they just had point already. Like, wait until, because they have to touch, right? Wayne, that is. So if I'm ZETA Division, if I'm Finn, all I want to do is wait for, like, their Genji to dash point or their Hazard to jump point and use wall. And as soon as he uses that shift, then just drop this back. So instead it becomes a very easy decision for Wei. We're just go, okay, fine. Fine, we just won't walk into the Kitsune rush. We're going to try and walk forward as well. Finn TP's Suzu's, but it's just cooked anyway, maybe. Nano onto Milgaru. Gets the save as well. Save on himself, rather. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's actually been just bad decision after bad decision from ZETA so far. Okay, actually, Bernard's gonna swap now. All right. Did we go back to Malga in the second half of this? I've scrolled away from it now. Wei versus ZETA. Oh yeah, they do. They do it on Night Market as well. Okay. Alright, then Milgar is going to force the shift. He's going to trade his shift for Flora's shift, then try and hit him with the downpour. Downpour will connect, gets exactly what he wants. Who are you, Lee Min? Genji flank seems reasonably well timed. Defensive nano is forced though. It's a good defensive nano. And now who are you and Lee Min are on the they're on the fucking run. Gonna get on the roof. Okay, pretty good trade, right? Really happy with that. Seems a reasonable enough decision from Milgaru. Responses there from Violet. And now they keep their Lucio Genji behind as well. So we've got this like big long setup. Now they're gonna beat Blade from behind. Maybe would have liked A to be a little bit more aggressive in this situation. But ZETA Division obviously just have nothing to respond with, right? It's just when skipping through Sand, so we're just gonna have to we won't be able to like rewind and check everything, etc, but we can still take a look. Alright, then we're gonna try and go early. Banar hits for good wall off. Milgar is gonna get absolutely fried. Then we're gonna Blade to punish. And the idea wasn't too bad, really. Idea wasn't too bad. Milgar, again, I want to rewind, but I can't rewind, you know? I didn't see exactly how Milgar took all that damage, but the idea doesn't seem too crazy. They're probably expecting like a big ult swing. No uncoachable this week. We're trying for next week, but it's like, it's really hard because everyone has scrims and matches. And because of how the matches fall, everyone's off day might be slightly different as well. But we'll try and get something working. Hey, Mags. Next week is Cope Week? Yeah, I mean, if we can record. Like, I was trying to figure it out today, but it's just, between the guest and Chris and Unter and different scrim times, different off day, Hunter's in America right now as well. So everything's just like, and this is like the big week, obviously, right? This is like, don't fuck up this week or you're not going to China. So everyone is like very locked in for it. So it's kind of difficult. Yeah. What we need is it's really easy to record uncoachable if the results go a very specific way. If the results go a very specific way, then everyone's off day is Monday and everything is fine. If the results don't go that way, it gets really tricky. But we have to kind of wait and see. We have to kind of wait and see what the results are of the weekend and when everyone's got it off, you know, and then we can fill in the blanks. All right, so retake now. Bit of an alt hole really for bit of an old hole here for Wei. They're coming back with Nano. I imagine you walk up, you Nano Milgaru. You probably expect Kitsune Rush or something out, and you try and disengage it. Unless you can find anything like immediate with the Nano. It's going to be even harder if Flora just wins for pick. Probably a quick reset. Avoids the wall off. ZETA Division don't seem incredibly enthusiastic. We're going to force for deflex here. They actually chase it with Nano as well. So just like spot the opportunity. Maka just spots the opportunity, goes for it, forces for Suzu. Everyone is now peeling Who Are You? But everyone else gets to peek a little bit. So I actually really like this play from Maka. You know? 100%. It's not like a fight plan you would call. It's just a, we can catch him here, we can catch him here. Then hits for sleep onto Banar as well. Who Are You is in a lot of trouble, but he's also forced Flora into like no man's land. Gets the dash away. It's actually so well played by Wei. Alright. Downpour's not good. But everything before that is actually really perfect. Age is actually back in the fight now. Downpour's going to miss from Banar. Flora's going to swing with Overclock. But it's like a desperation time now, you know? Like everyone's having to do stuff without proper support, without everyone else on their team being on the same timing. Just trying to make some magic happen, and they can't. And now it should just be over. Okay, I nearly skipped forward again. I actually have to, like, hands off the keyboard when we pause. Alright, so this one we're going to see more of a Malga again, I think. I think this map works quite similarly to Garden that we looked at the start, where they can just sort of force the objective. Lee Soo-min is gonna, okay, an open gift from Lee Soo-min, cheers. Wanted to go join Hui on his right hand side, because again the idea here for Wei is if you can take over this side with your Lucio Genji, you eventually just force them all to the backer point, and then once they are on the backer point, then it becomes really like, your Lucio can really carry with the boot perk. Your Ana can just stand here and have sort of infinite nade opportunities. And it should start to feel quite good in theory. But if your Lucio just gets fucking naded from across the map and gets caught, then it's really over. So interesting that we see like the split that, you know, we see this all the time at the moment in Overwatch. I mean, maybe just always in Overwatch ever. But the idea of a side fight, right? Like Genji, Lucio are normally the kings of a side fight. And this time, Violet and Flora are gonna match for position, which is like an interesting decision. But I think if I'm ZETA, obviously it's not really gonna happen in this fight anyway because Lee Min dead. But I don't need to win and take the space like a Lucio Genji would. If I just hold for space for my team, I should win it. Like I don't think Flora and Violet need to push that area. They just need to take it away from Who Are You. So you can see as well, ZETA Division, we talked about Wei wanting to force ZETA Division behind the point. ZETA Division really don't want to go behind the fucking point, right? So they're going to send Alfie to catch by himself, continue to try and hold this main angle. Hey, Valem. Really interesting. Again, we see like Aid sort of solo pushing Alfie E. Does actually... Oh, I fucking muscle memory. I pressed it. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's actually so scary. So he's going to get a rail, then go coast. Or go point, rather. Well, yeah, go coast, go point. Same difference. Hits the initial one. Bit unlucky not to get the kill. Really unlucky not to get the kill. And as you can see, as this sort of happens, they go and clear point, and the rest of the team try and push up in main. And they catch Flora with all of that. And again, you see, like, compared to Garden, this space for Lucio Genji is a lot nicer, because you can get a lot closer without being so exposed. And obviously, especially if Aid hits for shot on point, he can then actually take all of this as well. So all of a sudden, this move, you know, like, this distance is not too dissimilar from Garden. In terms of, like, the amount of distance we're asking the Hazard to try and cross. But I think, actually, the ability for Lucio Genji to stage inside, relatively free. And the fact that Alpha E was also pulled to point. You know, like how on Garden, how Alpha E can, like, mark, like, spam to help Benar on point. But also can mark the left and right flank just because of how sort of small that point is comparatively. So this map sets him up a little bit better for it. A's going to get another shot. Alfie's going to respond. Boop off the map. Jumping, gets the Mega as well. Might die for it. Will die for it. They've got the Mauga on point. Okay. So actually, off that pressure on point, they actually chase for more kills. Don't know if they can get him. Have to be careful of the turn. Aid's going to hit another shot. Oh. Oh, thank you, Valen, for the 4 months. Welcome back. Can I move my... Do I need to move my follower alert while I do this? Maybe I'll put it here. It's getting covered by Hello Fresh a little bit. Where was I? So yeah, ZETA are going to try and flip to point despite losing Violet. But now this should be a really scary part of the map for them. You know, you see how, like, Milgaro can do a jump like this. He can hard wall off one of the chokes and push one of the other doors. And then who are you and Lee Sumin should always have pretty reasonable engages. Oh, Milgaro's actually going to get smashed for it. I want to go back, but I think still some of the same thing. And, like, the Mauga does so much damage to the Hazard, especially if, like, it's actually it's backshot theory. Essentially, like, the Mauga's going to stand somewhere like here. If you're the Hazard, you want to jump into this kind of area. So as soon as you do that, and then you use your block facing this way, the Mauga just has infinite backshots. You know, will set you on fire, all of this. I nearly actually pressed rewind again then. Alright, where is Aid? No way! What the fuck are they up to? Thank you, Shockwave. 13 months? Fuck. Good luck this weekend as well. I think you'll be okay, though. We'll talk about EMEA more when we get to, like, the actual EMEA games, but I think the spoiler alert is actually, at this point, VP... I don't know who qualifies second. I think that's anyone's game. But VP have to be strong favourites for China. Alright, so a really weird series of events right now where Aid is going to, like, jump out of a nano to help him survive, but ZETA are also kind of out, so this nano feels like it's going to be a waste. I mean, nano overclock anyway. Maybe it's not going to be a waste. Get slept on the way in. They Kitsune Rush to deal with him. They beat to match for Kitsune Rush. Benar has the cage during all of this. Violet is really close. So you're going to come second? I don't think it's as far... We'll talk about it more when we get to EMEA, but I don't think it's as far-fetched as it sounds. I mean, it's a little bit far-fetched, but it's not completely far-fetched, you know? Stakes are slightly different in both regions, so even though it's playoffs for both regions, Korea are just playing to get top 4. If you get top 4, you go to the Asia LAN, and then the Asia LAN is how you qualify for China. In EMEA in North America, it's just straight qualification over this weekend, next weekend, both the same playoff bracket. Top 2 from each region go to China. So stakes a little bit higher in EMEA in North America. Yeah, Asia will be right after it as well. Yeah, ZETA and Falcons already qualified. For Asia, that is. Alright, so Alfie's going to start forcing point. Very split retake as well. You can see, like, actually just playing, like, every fucking angle on the map if they can get away with it here, right? This vote, like, I have to look at this and feel like this is too greedy from ZETA Division, right? I mean, obviously, Finn can look after himself. Alfie's hard to kill on the coast area. But I think if I'm Milgaro and who are you, I have to be looking at one of these positions as punishable, you know? Like, I think it's like a little bit too far. I can't remember how this fight goes, so we'll see. Yeah, Bernard gets to trade onto Milgaro. This is the exact situation Bernard wants, right? Because all of a sudden, gets for chunk. Milgaro has to do this. Looks like who are you? We're going to have to go back to point as well. So, yeah, I feel like it's got to have just been a missed opportunity for Wei here. In terms of, there should have been a timing to punish one of these people. I feel like maybe Flora. I know they've got defensive nano stuff, but I feel like Flora must be in the sort of taking the piss category. But point force is really annoying to deal with from the Pharah as well, because the Pharah's really hard for, like, even Genji can kind of draw the Pharah. It's not a straightforward 1v1 at all, even with like a Lucio pocket or something. So just marking point feels kind of bad. I think I'm probably a lot more interested in, like, could we actually have killed one of these people on the way in? Or maybe at least force a defensive nano type deal. Especially since we had Blade and stuff, right? Yeah. Especially since we had Blade. And now all of a sudden, if I look at the map position now compared to 10 seconds ago, actually, taking the fucking piss now we've lost all the space, right? If I'm Wei. I'm like, how have we allowed this to happen? We've not contested point a lot. We've not stopped Flora taking this space. Violet's positions may be hard to that. We've not forced at least Finn to TP out or something. Everything like this. Alright, and now they're actually going to nano. I actually don't know why we nano. Maybe they thought Flora was going to die. Alfie's killed Huey on point, so everything's fine. Flora's just sort of just walking around, can't find anyone. Mac has found him. They can actually kill Flora here, surely? Yeah, they do get it. They do get it. They trade it for Milgaro, though. Alright, so a bit of a weird exchange. Wei missed their opportunity to go. ZETA Division probably waste their ultimates in reality as well. Or waste Banana at least a little bit. Lee Sumin is now behind Ada Maka on this flank. Decision time for... So they have 4 players up right now. Probably just a decision about, like, who are we killing these 2 people, which seems reasonable enough. Maybe have to, like, really respect the Blade, but we cage if they Blade type thing. Or do we just go kill point? Alright, Banara's... Why has Maka left him? I really want to go back and see, but I just feel like there shouldn't be a way for Bernard to win this from this position, this situation. But I guess he's just got it. Lisa Min is going to be able to get out. Maka is now deep behind enemy lines. He goes for the flank nade, gets the flank nade. But again, just starting to look like nothing's... All of this just feels really scattered, right? Like, Aid dies where we're not really doing anything. Maka has now done, like, a big fucking all-in flank. But nobody's fucking ready for this. All just starting to feel a little bit scattered and out of sync away. Maka's going to die late. Huey's going to try and force point. They can deal with that. Stream tomorrow? Yeah. No EMEA or North America tomorrow, but Korea tomorrow. Alright, so then this all becomes a very easy fight. And this is kind of painful, because whenever you're playing against these Malga comps, like, the cage timing is always so hard to win. So a lot of the time you might be in situations where you have to take the cage fight. Maybe you try and clutch, but it's a low percentage fight, but you accept that you'd lose a fight to cage and then you come back in the next one. The problem is they've lost 2 fights, not to cage. And Benares has been sitting on it the entire time. You've got a Haddy Sprite. What's a Haddy Sprite? Are you dumping it in the Discord? Let's see. I'll keep a tab open. We can lock into it. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know why, in my head, I was expecting like a can of Sprite. I like that though. That's pretty cool. I like it a lot, actually. Exactly, yeah. Channeling his energy. What do you mean remove the muscles? Add muscles. Add muscles. Ask Haddy. Everyone knows I'm the stronger of the two. There was a time in the London house where the guys we like packed our suitcases because we were going to a LAN. And the guys had hidden my bag as a joke. And then eventually I was like, it was in like a cupboard we never use in the house. So I was like, thank you, backpack.
Back for another month of great Overwatch esports commentating.
Oh, thanks, mate. I can do it. I might have to go solo a lot of this week because Max is away, but I can make it work. Oh, you're always right. So they hide my fucking bag, right? I'm looking all around, but I'm like, it must be in this fucking cupboard because we never go in this cupboard. It's the only place I haven't checked, right? So Hattie's like, yeah, it's in the cupboard. Then Hattie goes to open the door from this cupboard, and Hattie's like, he's struggling. He can't get the door open. So I'm like, oh, you fuckers, you've put it in this cupboard, and now it's like locked itself. Fuck, we're about to go to the airport. I need the bag. And Addie's like, he's proper trying, and he can't get the door open. So then I was like, okay, I'll try, thinking, well, this isn't going to work, is it? If Hattie can't do it, you know. And then I pull the door, immediately open. Just immediately open. So it seems that I'm actually, you know, maybe it doesn't pass the eye test, but you put it into practice. I've clearly got some kind of core strength, you know? Alright, barrage and spawners, they try and do this retake. Alfie is actually successfully taking the piss. Had he loosened it for me? I see. Alright. They're going to nano back to save Milgaru. Kind of have to. Milgaru's going to get slept. Going to get naded. Going to just take 1 billion damage in general. Nano has been used entirely to live. But Nara's now going to drop the cage. Who you is blading to try and save... Oh, he's blading to touch point. Everyone's seen my arms. I know, I've not really worked out at all this year. Like, I'm pretty slim. Alright, who are you is actually going to kill Violet and get out and get the flip. Actually, couldn't have done more right now, who are you? We'll still get caught. Lee Simmons going to take over the touch, but I feel like we are just in... like, it's over, it's just not quite over yet, you know? Kitsune rush on point, they trade Flora. Gonna beat back in 3v5b. Again, you can see just like he's just actually just happy just to follow this hazard around, right? Set him on fire, then as soon as he tries to leap in and do something, follow, stomp. Really easy playstyle for Banar, actually.
This ends now.
I feel like the key thing from Banar actually comes less from like the idea of just follow the hazard around and chase him is like a nice easy playstyle. But it's just about not taking too much poke from anything else during all of that, you know, not letting the Sojourn like get you down to half HP or anything. There's probably more. There was probably more times where I would have liked to see instead of them. Can I go back? Oh, just want a bit of a map. But instead of times where we see like, wait, where's Garden? Is Garden up or down? Up. Is it just on the other side? We find Garden. Oh wait, we're right here. It would have been times where like, if they have, let me try and get a good angle for it. But if they have like, this was kind of a setup we saw, right? Anna, Kiri, Sojourn just here, and then like the Pharros just floating, classic P in the sky. What I would have liked to see more of sometimes maybe is when, rather than having to go for these long elaborate flanks all the time way, that are quite easy to mark, quite out. You know, we saw Alfie, he went left, he dealt with that. He went right, he dealt with that. Blah, blah, blah. What I would have liked is maybe there's more times where they can just actually try and win the poke war. If they just wall off the Malga, because this Malga's a little bit split, right? If they just put a wall behind the Malga, then maybe they poke him or something. Can they just force Bernard to, like, run back or something? You can't just do it every fight, because, again, I feel like Bernard would get wise to it. But I feel like there was maybe some more situations where they could have tried to do that, just to try and, rather than trying to go all the way past them every single time, just try and bully them back, force them into a corner type thing. Then you can either force the point yourself, or all of a sudden, if their formation starts to look a little bit more like the Malga's here, or the Malga's trying to stabilize here, your Sojourn's here, your Anna's here, Ukiri's here, all of a sudden, once you've got that space, then maybe if your Hazard just sends it from main and your Lucio Genji do something like this, maybe there's a better chance to get everyone on top of them type thing, you know? And maybe that just all feels a little bit better. And I think that's, like, it works on Garden, like, it's an idea for the Garden, but it also is just, like, an idea for the neutral in general. It can maybe work in all of them. What do I think of the English casters for Asia and Korea? I mean, obviously I'm probably biased in this one, but I wish it was me and Max, you know? I wish it was me and Max, because obviously had a good time casting it all year long, but it's what it is, you know? It's not heart chain time. Yeah, Avro and Leg Day are the casters for the English. I think for all of Asia, actually, not just for Korea, but I think are they doing Japan and Pacific as well? For the playoffs, yeah. I believe it's for all of them. Yeah, still going to be watching the playoffs here. Max is away this weekend, because he's in America with SSG. So he is locking in to get the team to China, which seems pretty reasonable, right? A pretty reasonable thing. But I'll still be here. Not Japan and Pacific, but the Asian main event. Oh, okay, I see. So like next weekend or the weekend after. No, yeah, no. I'm doing a HelloFresh / VOD review stream. I might start just making this like a normal Thursday activity. That we just come and we watch some of the replays. Yeah, it feels like a nice sort of way to break it up a little bit. Obviously, it doesn't always work because sometimes you get screwed by the Tuesday patch, right? Who did SSG pick? All right, but you can't tell anyone, okay? As long as everyone can keep a secret, it was Timeless, which is maybe actually really unsurprising considering how their game went at the weekend. Are the perk picks in the spreadsheet? No. It'd just be too much and too hard to add. Yeah, I'll do what I'm gonna do on Saturday. On Saturday, we're gonna get the official co-host as well. So what I'm gonna do on Saturday is I'm gonna start the stream a little bit earlier, and we'll do more of like a full EMEA preview type thing, you know? Like bracket predictions, what we expect from all the teams, the stakes, blah 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 blah. Because I feel like it's something like it feels like the broadcast never have like time for that. They kind of just run through things quite quickly. So we can maybe talk in detail about more of the matchups we're going to see that day, how we think we're going to go, and do more of like a proper pre-show. I probably won't do it for Korea just because it starts like too early in the morning to really do that. But we'll sort of take it from there. Where do I want to go next? I still want to see more of Zeta Division. Is it this King's Row? I feel like kind of Crazy Raccoon in desperation. I go Doom for loads of it, so I don't know if it's like a good test. We've also got this Malga Mirror the entire time. None of them are massively standing out to me here. I feel like I want to watch Zeta Division because my gut tells me... I say my gut, like... They won the fucking round robin, so I feel like they should be the strongest team. Maybe it is just... maybe it's this first one, actually. Maybe we hit another... Oh, and actually there's an Esperança. Oh, and that's what... Yeah, let's do the Esperança. Alright, I've solved it. I've... Whoa, thank you, Kahi.
Can we get the Linkington for the replay document?
Yeah, exclamation mark replays. Should give it to you. If you mean this one, like the orange one with all the codes. If you want the other one with the comps, it's I can't remember what code. I want to say, is it exclamation mark database? Does anyone remember what the command is? Is it comp database, maybe? Comp database, I think. Alright. A nice, easy, short command for everyone to remember. Like I clearly remembered it. What did I say? I wanted the Esperança, and that was map 2, right? Map 2, yeah. What games are we going to watch? I don't really know yet. I'm just kind of like muddling my way through it. So we're doing this map, and then we'll do then we'll cop I'll cop a drink and stuff. Oh, I nearly pressed fast forward. Oh, no, skip rather. I can fast forward, I just can't skip. We'll do this one, and then we'll maybe look at the Hello Fresh menu for anyone who is wanting to feel fresh. I've actually got some food to eat as well, and I promise you this wasn't an intentional bit, but I have no fucking lunch, so I'm just eating cheese and crackers. So unironically, you know what I need? Instead of just having to sit here and eat cheese and crackers, which is not a very nutritional lunch at all. I actually needed some Hello Fresh to come through clutch, shouldn't I? I also realize cheese and crackers is not like a it's not a great food to eat on stream because I'm having to like chop the cheese and make the cracker and all of this. But if I had Hello Fresh, it would be so much better, actually. I'm not even... This is unironic. I'd not make for crackers, no. It's just store-bought ham, store-bought brie, and store-bought crackers. No, it's like multi-grain crackers. Oh my god. Right, you see, jumping got here outrageously fast. But I think I can go back. Just have like a crazy rollout. Because he's here so fast. I guess it's just the nature of ball. Just the nature of ball. So what's going to happen is normally how you've seen this matchup go. Let me change my pen to pink. Well, how you normally see this matchup go is a comp like ZETA Visions takes this kind of space. They maybe position their backline like somewhere towards the bottom of the map here. And then they just try and sort of slowly edge the payload through, and they try and punish the divers. Meanwhile, the blue team here, so Crazy Raccoon, they'll sit with their Ana on high ground, their Pharah just floating around this pillar, their Soja maybe swinging this side, swinging back this side. They'll just keep farming rails and try and look for a timing between their spam damage on their balls timing something here, right? And we just kind of get a classic sort of dive versus bunker type matchup, you know? But what actually Crazy Raccoon are going to do here, because this is a pretty good bunker spot, I think, if you was like, if with ZETA Division. So what happens is this can be quite hard, right? Unless you hit the nade or something like this, or maybe you get your nano timing, etc., etc., can be quite hard. So what jumping's actually a step ahead, right? Always a lot of sort of mind games, one-upsmanship, or who can outsmart each other on the rollout. And it seems like this time, Crazy Raccoon have done it, right? Because if I look at this now, all of a sudden, ZETA Division are just trying to walk to what they think would should be a relatively free rotation to their bunker position. They're actually going to get double booped at the same time the Pharah damage is coming. At the same time, everyone's going to try and flip. He actually boops Flora again. and Flora catches a rocket. And I think the fact that they don't die in this scenario has to feel quite bad. I don't know if Shu could have, like, I don't know. It's hard, like, Shu can't quite get in position. Maybe if they had, like, a Lucio instead, there was a chance to even get a nade on this timing as well. But, Alright, okay. A very scary start, actually. But ZETA Vision get their setup, right? And Banara's just going to keep trying to steal a few meters. They avoid the initial nade. And for now, it's just all about fishing an opportunity. We're actually going to ring forward here. Wait, where is Chorong? Yeah, Chorong's like dropped with Lip. But then they're going to speed ring and Pelican's going to get an opportunity onto the Ana. Now, he's successful. If you see Flora actually commits in here. Oh, I want to go back. I think I can get away with it. Okay. You can see here as well. So this is like a key part of the timing. If you watch my coach's review with Cap, you'll see this is a timing that's if you have a non-ball team, the grapple timing can be super important. So they see that jumping goes here, and then as soon as they spot that, the ring is dropped, right, from Finn. The ring is dropped. Flora's even going to commit slide, which normally against this type of comp, you think, well, I can't just commit slide into this, you know? The ball will get you. But they time it well, so all of a sudden it looks super easy for him. And to be honest, even if Chorong was like a bit closer, like if Chorong was up here or something, Shu's dead anyway, you know? Or they just killed both of them, probably. Alright, so now they've got robot control. It's moving even further away, and there's no nade threat anymore. Just going to try and clear the ball. They forced his shields. They forced him out, and they get in more and more and more meters. And once they realise that basically they're gone. I'm a little bit surprised that ZETA Division are just staying here. I was sort of expecting once they realise that Crazy Raccoon are going to come here, that ZETA Division would sort of re-establish control of the high ground, you know? Maybe just have like their Genji Brig mark this side, their Juno can stay here, and maybe Bernard keeps pushing cart. But they've actually stayed on the low ground here. And they're going to back up to like this part of it instead. This is interesting. They can't really stop the cap. Maybe Jumping was going for it, but he's a little bit late. And now this has all been relatively free, right? Of just one nicely timed push. They're still at the back of the map, which is like, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Jumper's going to come for a slam. Doesn't find anything. Tries to roll through. They're just poking Jumping out. They've cleared Banar at the same time. So now you see they've got full committed on this one here. Crazy Raccoon just ball takes a little bit of attention. Can the Farah and Ana, can they walk onto the Malga? Can they force him back? You know, this is something we didn't really see Wei ever do, right? Is like maybe just apply a little bit of it's harder with Hazard, but just some kind of pressure or something to like then clear the Malga back. All right, and now all of a sudden they force Banar out, and this is why I don't like. This is kind of like this is probably why you don't see teams normally hold this part of it. But now all of a sudden they're just trapped in a pretty shit position, right? All of a sudden, ZETA Division. No control of the high ground. Flora's going to kill Lit. Trade 1-for-1. So they've regained control of a high ground 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst result from ZETA. What? Violet? This is Violet. Violet saw blood for a second. He thought he could walk forward. But we'll be back. Bash back, rather. Alright, now we need to keep eyes on Lijiang. But they can just sort of keep the point anchored. Just wait for everyone to come back 5v5. But Jumping is in the spawn. Can I go back?
Calculating trajectories.
Wasn't a pretty noise. But yeah, Jumping, heads up play. Gets the body block as well. Gets the spawn kill. What a pleasant sound. Yeah, the sound of a dentist drill. Yeah, it just happens sometimes when you skip around in the replay viewer. Alright, so they got player advantage now, Crazy Raccoon. They're going to try and exploit this by crossing, you know, like she was trying to do what would normally be quite a dangerous cross, but because they're a player down. he can sort of take the piss. But Nara's going to try and catch somebody as this raid push comes in. Probably feels a little bit mistimed. I don't know. I feel like Bernard maybe actually could have got away with just like cancelling his stomp here or landing here. See if he can catch the Brig. Either way, though, they push forward at the same time. Pelicans found the kill onto Hisang. Pelicans in a spot of bother, but they are just getting a lot of value. Finn needs help. But yeah, the raid's just too much in the end. A little bit surprised. Nah, crazy. I didn't see exactly what I don't want to go back again. You know, don't push my luck. But a little bit surprised that Crazy Raccoon responded with nothing there. Even just like a nano or something to keep themselves up. I don't know if Shu has the... doesn't have either perk yet. Oh yeah, it's only been like 3 minutes. Alright, mine's going to come in now. Crazy Raccoon don't feel super in position for this. So we're just going to disengage it for free. Alright, Jumbo is behind again. Pelican's going to go try and get him out. Both successfully clear the ball. This time it looks like we're going to hold high ground instead. A classic over the wall blade. Oh. I want to go back. Oh, okay, we get away with it. So this is a bit of a weird one. I don't know, like, they've obviously, like, walked up a little bit, but if I just flick through the, like, has slide, has... nearly has bash, has sleep, doesn't have nade, but they also have, like, nano and all of these things that can go wrong. So it feels like we're asking a lot of Pelican here. What's for 0 on the HelloFresh? Yeah, that's for signups. I think it takes a bit to update, but I don't. Yeah, I don't have any expect from it, but if anyone wants it, it's fair, you know? Yeah, 2 slashes. The rally comes out from Chong in response. Don't think he even hits the bash technically anyway, but he dies on the way through. And again, it's like, you look at like, Floor and Finn have a really hard time following this push. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I really like it. They did force out both defensive and ult, so it's not the worst trade. Oh, thank you, Frosty, for the prime. Thank you very much. So it ends up not being the worst trade, but I just feel like the actual chances of Pelican getting success in that situation is just super difficult. I don't know what I preferred. Would I preferred they just take the big ult trade? Like maybe they try and come through more as a team. Like they look for a timing, like we clear the ball, we do something like this, and then we maybe take the drop. Maybe Pelican comes through here with the blade. We go for some kind of Malga stomp in. Maybe we even hit the cage and we just cage blade combo. Maybe we rally if we need to, right? Depending on what if they're investing everything as well. Maybe that just feels like a much better fight than what they did. It feels like this was more of a I don't know. Like they clearly weren't. It felt like they weren't planning to invest more than just for one and just wanted to like win the ult economy essentially, which I guess they technically do. I mean, technically they literally do. What will Burner's cage do? I mean, if it just traps all of them, like if we're just in a cage and he's managed to catch like the Brig and the Sojourn and the Anna, or any 2 of the 3, the blade just kills them all, you know? Like even with the rally, maybe they can, with the defense rally can really survive, but it feels like they would have to burn everything for it, you know? Maybe they can rally in, but yeah. Like I feel like they actually have, like when I just look at this, I feel like these ults will beat, I know they had like 4 as well, but I think these ults should beat these ults. So I don't think they needed to like, obviously they've got a big lead, right? And there's like a play for the map type thing, but I think they just had the ult to take the fight. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Korea, and then Saturday and Sunday only for EMEA. Alright, so we're going to try and do the retake here. They're stuck underneath. They catch an early nade. Now we're going to try and rally out. But everyone's pretty far back. Nice little slam from jumping on the wall so he can't really get bashed. They can clear him. But now they've had to use an ult just to retake space. You booked in a coaching session with Hunter and he was being toxic? You must have been mistaken for someone else. That doesn't sound like Hunter to me. If you want a lawyer, though, I'm sure my lawyer's floating around in chat somewhere. He can surely help you out.
This ends now.
This is if you have a problem with eating the crackers, is it's like a proper mouthful of food. What was I saying? Sorry. So okay. They rally out, they get a similar, and we have a sort of reset up a first fight here. Cost them one if they want. He's going to go with a barrage. Again, this doesn't feel like... I don't know. Doesn't feel that great. From Crazy Raccoon, like, they hit the nade onto Violet, but again, this is like a pretty reasonable bunker position. You see Violet's able to just play in here and be safe. Then we go for barrage. Flora's going to respond, gets pocketed through. Literally wants a trade, can't get the trade. Holding cage forever, yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, again, like, what's critical of it? But the situation's still really fine, right? Like, still massive ult advantage, still massive lead, etc., etc. Alright, Jumper's going to roll behind. Pelican and Violet are dealing with that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit. Do you remember when we watched EMEA and we saw, not exactly this matchup, but we saw TU playing like the ball Pharah Sojourn for most of it. And it just felt hard for him sometimes, that even when they had success, to actually turn it into much. I think, to be fair, like, watching a bit of that back, I think it was when, like, Untitled was watching a bit of it back on the stream, it was like, maybe TU are also just trolling some of these fights as well. Alright, so this time they do manage to rotate forward. Alfie is behind him. Nade is massive from Shu. They're going to Ray in response. They take a second. Everyone's quite far from the Ray. So they full disengage for Ray. It doesn't feel like it gets... Well, it doesn't feel like it gets value because it actually gets no value. I mean, at least they get the meters out of it. The Burner's going to go deep and try and catch the cage. He's got Shu. Shu will die for it. Yeah, they make a bit of a mess as Violet ends up being left on point. He's going to get traded. Then they come back. And again, there's just these awkward situations, right? Where all of a sudden, Jumpin sort of feels compelled to be the person who touches point. Because I mean, who the fuck else touches point on their comp? But then as soon as Jumpin starts doing that, it's just in a situation where he's just stuck not doing much more than fighting the Malga. And then you're just really relying on your DPS to try and carry. But really what helps your DPS carry is if Jumpin is harassing his backline and making them look in different directions. But if he's just stuck contesting point, he's not making the Zeta backline look at different stuff and look in different directions. I still feel Zeta were a bit over-eager, like the chase down with Cage and all of that just seems really unnecessary in all of this. So it doesn't feel like the cleanest play from Zeta or the most efficient way to play it. But they're not getting traded, and the cart is still bloody moving this entire time, you know? Is Pelican going to get this kill behind? He certainly is. Alright, and now this is getting to... Now Zeta Division have nothing but DPS ults. So here is maybe like a... Don't care if you lose the fight, as long as you can make it kind of expensive. You know, maybe willing to trade one of your DPS ults. Jumping goes behind. Everyone's going to D-peek for mines. So again, doesn't feel like, you know, how many times have we seen a crazy Raccoon ult get serious value so far, and this was 6 minutes into Esperança. Alright, we're gonna nano Lijiang in. Violet is gonna have not a lot of hope, or not a lot of choices except to tank that one in the face. Pelican's gonna blade. The hope is he probably force Rally here as well. Fuck, the nano's just too good actually. We're going to try and play for a trade, I guess, if they can. Don't think they get anything. Jumping goes Doomfist. So it doesn't really change the nature of what they're trying to do a little bit. Maybe the Doomfist just has a little bit more carry potential in some of these situations. But I think still suffers. I still feel like the ball would actually have just better at the type of stuff they want to do. Alright, so those ults working at time at least ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, which is a pretty decent result for Crazy Raccoon given the situation, but still such a long way back. Alright, if I'm Zeta Division... Interesting that they always walk this way. I feel like we see a lot of teams walk this way. I don't know if this is just like Nade, Doom Punch, Ball Slam, whichever combination it is, Pharah Spam. This is just too obnoxious, so even though it's like a low ground to high ground, it's still better. Alright, so we're going to try and walk top now. Jumping is there. Lijiang is over top. Lijiang has Barrage. Fuck. Actually, I won't go back in case it crashes because we've got perks up now, but he actually just... actually just gets deleted. Yeah, but if the cart's in the same place, right? Because they stop the cart here if they come this way. And if they come this way, they can also stop the cart here, you know? Can you do a perk check? Yeah, we can flick through. What I was going to say, oh yeah, we were talking about Bernard, he's kind of standing on just on cart. There's like an art to it as well, right? Where Bernard kind of just stands on cart, but also you still got to make sure you don't take too much poke, you don't take the nade, etc., you know? There's still like a little bit of art to it. Like you just need good discipline play rather than like any kind of pop off. So Lip is on Extended Mag and the Adhesive Siphon. No surprises that Lijiang is on the Concussive Implosion and the... I forget what the Barrage one is called, actually. Drift Thrusters. Alright, keep it lore accurate. Doomfist, he's only just gone onto it, but his first perk he's picked Survival of the Fittest, which is where the best defense grants 25 overhealth from elimination and max overhealth is increased by 50. Which one's... Okay, yeah. I'm going to have to... I don't recognize some of them. Like, the heroes that we see a lot, I know. The others, I'm going to be on lookup territory. So, morale boost... wait, no. He's got the Shield Bash perk. Why has he got the... He's got the... What does he know that we don't know? He's got the Shield Bash perk. Which is the... Shield Bash restores 100 health to barrier when it hits an enemy. But then he's got the Whip perk as well, which is Whip shots, knockback, can slam enemies into walls. And if you do that, you get 50 extra damage. I'm surprised as well, but it's literally... we're looking at the same thing here. Here we've got the Nano perk and the Double Bounce Nade, which seems... that's like super common that, right? Pelican, I think, has gone... He's just gone Meditate and... I forget the name of the other one, but Lifesteal Blade. Oh, Dragons first and Meditation, it looks like. Yeah, so this is what we've seen, I think, most use. Malga-wise, we've gone 2 Hearts, which is, I think is probably the one we've actually seen more of, to be fair, right? The 2 Hearts. And then the Combat Fuel, which is grants Malga overhealth on Cardiac Overdrive, depending on how much... If he does crits, so burn damage or headshots, when he uses his next overdrive, he gets a certain number of those crits as like overhealth up to 100. I mean, I think if you look at the 2 ones that Bernard's picked, he's not picked extra damage, he's not picked like reload while you walk. It's all just, can I have some extra health, right? Because you guys have said it in chat, right? Where has Bernard been standing this entire fucking game? On the point, right? On the point. He just wants to anchor that. So all the extra healing, all of that, you know. I guess it all just sort of stacks in his favor, you know. That's like the type of style he's playing. It'd be interesting if like maybe we'll see it when we watch another one. But if he was an amalgam mirror, is he picking the same perks? Or is this just like a, all right, we're playing into this type of comp. I've just got to live on point. Maybe I want the extra extra healing. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is 20. Yeah, 20 health per second while on the objective. Where were we? Sorry. Finn? So this is the vital... It's the faster torpedoes. I'll get the name for you out of respect for the law. Familiar vitals, and then the master blaster as well. So familiar vitals is the faster torpedo, which I think we see everyone pick. And master blaster is the headshot one. And then let's see what Violet's on. Has Violet gone the same way here on Brig? He's got the... No, he's gone morale boost, but he's also gone whiplash as well. Interesting. I feel like most people were leaning towards the quick fix one, you know, where the packs have like instant heal. They seem to be very whip pilled, which seems a little bit strange, but they're literally both on it, so. Don't know, I guess it feels like the thing with the whip thing is because it's not just 50 damage all the time, it's 50 damage if you whip them into a wall. You know how like, you know, Doomfist, Orisa have this extra one? So it feels really niche, right? Like how often are you whipping someone who then goes into a wall? You know, like especially if I'm Violet. Most of the time when I'm whipping, I'm just trying to whip like a ball or something, you know? Like how often am I whipping that ball into a wall? Alright, fuck. I actually missed the start of this fight. Where are we? Okay, so first engage used, Nate's gonna hit, Violet's gonna pop. Pop rally, go for a risky whip shot. Banara's gonna take the high ground while he does that. They catch it, but catches both Pelican and Banar. And now they're kind of stuck on the low ground. And I guess this is the downside of this type of rotate, it's like you just get stuck there, right? Obviously I sort of understand as well why you don't want to come through this door, but I don't know if it's like, I don't know. Both options don't seem good, essentially. Alright, and Crazy Raccoon. Whoa! I really want to go back. Where's Flora right now? The Flora's tries to clutch. Lip tries to respond. Oh, that's so much damage on that shot, actually. Both backliners are one. Fuck. Alright. Really, I don't know. Ambitious from Flora, but I mean, he's the skipper, so I guess we have to trust his judgment. Alright, so really tough decision here about whether you go for contest or not. They definitely have time to go for the contest, but even if they stop the payload here, they're stuck with just, you know, you're just in the trenches type thing. Banar's going to go for it. I think here I'm really looking for, like, can we just get a nade timing on this guy? Alright, forces for block. Gets the cage off. Yeah. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon just go, okay. They're 99% on, like, the 2 ults or something. I know, like, jumping could have escaped anyway, but, the Shu could have nanoed him at least. Oh, and this is, you know how we talked about the art of it's sometimes easier said than done to just stand on point. Here we see Burner actually get it a bit wrong. Catches him sleep, catches the nade. Really scary. Alright, and we're set up back in first fight positions again. It's been 8 minutes. We are right back in the same position again. Crazy Raccoon have the nano ready to go. Alright, Nano comes in onto Heesang. Swing at the same time, right? You can see there's maybe a bit of an anti-timing here. Like, Zeta Division are, like, leaning forward. So just as they're leaning forward, they lose Violet in the back. You know, I feel like before we saw them start maybe a bit further back, the ball went and then they were able to go this way. This time they get caught a little bit on that timing. Ray comes out, Meteor Strike will be traded. 1-for-1 ult trade so far, so I have player advantage. Meteor Strike comes in. Punch to reset. And again, during all of this, look at Pelican. Again, the same situation, right? We talk about in these comps. Like, who the fuck from Crazy Raccoon is touching payload? You know? Like, who's... Maybe Jumpin should go for it, but he's also just had to use Meteor Strike. He's low, so he just can't. And Pelican's just going to move this away. Maybe even try... Is he going to try and steal... Yeah, he can't steal forward spawn. But he just creates space from it, you know? And now he sang. Yeah, like all of a sudden, just because they are being pulled out of position, all Crazy Raccoon want to do is just think about setting up their dives, you know? Have everyone use their cooldowns to get into position. But this payload just forces them, and Heesang just ends up sort of rolling into nowhere. Pelican's going to dive on the back line. Just caught the nade, but Banara's gone as well. Shu and Sharong are going to get beamed down. They dodge Jumpin's punch as well. Stomp will cancel the block. All very nice from ZETA Division. Again, just like, we'll talk about so much, but like objective focused gameplay. Oh, Flora's going to win that duel. He did get insane pocket, so not quite a 1v1. But he gets the duel, 1 minute left on the clock. Afternoon, Cat. You all good? Alright, and then Jumpin has gone Mauga. It's like Mauga Torb swap. We've hit that stage. Jumpin's going to lose his HP trade by a comically large amount, it feels like. He's actually just going to die. For fuck. Oh, it's an absolute... I feel like no one's even shooting him except for Banar. He just gets beamed down by the Mauga. Actually horrendous from Jumpin. They're going to rally Barrage in. They stun Barrage nade. Alright. A good recovery. A good recovery. Give or take the fact that you've used 3 ults for nothing. Alright, so now we're just an Amalgam Mirror. We'll watch another map of Amalgam Mirror after this, because I feel like it, there's value in it. Lip's going to have his turret. The nade actually hits from Shu. Finn doesn't die. You see as well, whenever anyone gets naded, it's actually, they get in the little fucking hoos. Every time. Every time. It happened when Violet got naded. Just stand in the hoos. And then, if all of a sudden, if anyone wants to come and kill you, they have to peek your entire team, you know? They have to really swing outrageously wide and really risking it they get traded. Tired as fuck. Had an intense week at uni. It's over now. It's the weekend of Overwatch. No uni for a bit. I always feel like whenever I talk to like my friends or anything, the Thursday and Fridays are always so different because for me, we're just about to ramp up, you know? I'm just about to ramp up into a really busy weekend. Everyone else gets to ramp down. Opposite schedules. Ugh. Just saw the example of what we talked about, right? Heesang chases his kill. He actually even gets the kill. Cool. But he has to swing so wide that he can never get out again. Then Pelican's going to pull the blade. No interest in slicing anything but just the tank. Cage on point. And it's just done. Just done just like that. Alright. Let me grab a drink. Then we need to look at the HelloFresh menu. Because I actually need to pick my meals for next week. Because I put the order in, but I still get to pick my menu. I can change my menu. So we'll look at the HelloFresh when I'm back. And then we'll look at some more games. Maybe should we do like a Amalgam Mirror one? Maybe that's going to start to become a bit more important. But we can maybe find a good one of that. And then we can maybe look at some of EMEA and Maybe North America. I don't know what the most interesting part of North America will be. Maybe Nightmare. But yeah, let me be right back and we can work with that. Let me put these crackers away. But I mean, oh, all right. All right, it's time, guys. It's time to get fresh. So let me bring this up. So basically, the deal is it works slightly differently based on what region you're in. But the offer is you get like just a massive discount. So I think in EMEA, I got 60% off my first order and free delivery. And then I got 20% off my next free orders as well. So what I need to do is I need to pick my meals for the week. So we can do a little menu one. Now, my fiance has also had a look. So there is some initial there's some initial picks that are locked in by my fiance already. So let me make sure I get those ones, or big trouble. I think. Is HelloFresh catering for wedding? No. I can't ask my guests to cook at the wedding. So I think a lot of the positives about HelloFresh is because as you might have noticed, sometimes when I eat on stream, I'm just eating shit, guys. I'm just not eating good stuff at all. I'm eating, like, what did I have for lunch today? Just some crackers and some cheese and some ham. You know, it's food. It'll stop me being hungry, but there's no vegetables, are there? Cheese isn't a vegetable. Ham isn't a vegetable. Really hard to justify. Really hard to justify crackers as a vegetable as well. So what we want instead is some nutrition, right? Some nutrition. Yeah, you can tell I'm a bit of a nutrition expert by the way I know that cheese isn't a vegetable. So, want some nutrition, because I'm actually so bad at eating vegetables. I feel like when I talk to Unter as well, it's always, just don't have vegetables. Same way, if I don't plan my meals, or I have something in, so bad at just like copping out, maybe order something, or just eating something, not that good for me. So, HelloFresh should, in theory, solve all these problems for me. So, I will be healthy and vital when I try and do whatever it is I normally do. Is it like 40 hours? 40 hours when I stream at the weekend and we watch all the games, all the regions? What's for menu? You hear Korea is running mostly pork. Yeah, I think that's true. So, let's do a little review of the menu, because we've got all these meal options. What I've picked is I've picked 5 meals for 2. So obviously my fiance can eat as well. We need to pick our meals here. So we can go through the list. I need to remember to lock in the ones that my fiance wanted. But like I said, big trouble. So I think for me, most of the vegetables I eat are probably more like what you call like Mediterranean Mediterranean vegetables. So we'll probably stick to more of those things. Let's see. I feel like I want this one. It costs extra, but Serrano ham, wrapped chicken breast, peppercorn sauce, potatoes. I think this has to be an insta-lock, actually. I'm not too keen on broccoli, but I'll eat the asparagus, you know? My fiance can have for broccoli. That can be our divide. The koftas look really nice. I've never really had crab nut often. I feel like my fiance, she always has a go at me for like not trying stuff. No, I don't really eat that much. Fish is like the normal one. I'm like, you know, I think Chris is the same. If it's from the sea, don't eat it. So maybe I could try the fab thermidor or the crab thermidor. And I feel like my fiance would actually be so pissed off that I'm trying different things as well without her. I'm weird. You guys are big on fish? Alright, they've got this 6 nations range as well. Which is, I don't know if you guys don't know what 6, I don't know if you guys follow rugby, but the 6 Nations, obviously the rugby tournament happening between, I don't remember all the nations, England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Italy, and France right now. I'm actually going to be watching some of that, not this weekend, but weekend after next. My friends are coming, they're all big rugby guys, so I could have some 6 Nations based meals to get myself in the mood, right? A lamb minted burger. It could go far, actually. Do the meals cost £4? It depends on which ones you get. So some of them cost extra if you've got like some of the premium ingredients, you know, like the Serrano ham. But some of them are just like, a lot of them are included. Like there's still a pretty good range of stuff, and that's just like if I go to what am I looking for? Maybe it's not sort and filter. But if I just scroll through, and you can avoid the ones that have like up cost if you don't want to pay the extra stuff, which is quite a few of them in reality. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, actually most of them don't have any upgrade at all. They just obviously the more popular ones tend to be the ones with the extra as well. So where was I? Sorry, yeah. Wales. I'll put it in the maybe pile right now. Crispy chicken goujons and cheesy wedges. I feel like that would be nice, but I want to go. Here's another one. Not a big fan of cucumber. And I feel like as well, my idea behind using the HelloFresh is I actually want to, the idea is I'll actually eat healthier if I do this, you know? So even if they have some of these ones that are like probably the tasty one, probably still tasty, I want to try and aim healthier. I don't know what this is actually. Has anyone had anything like this before? Cambodian-inspired Basa Amok parcel. One of the most popular and signature dishes in Cambodia. Fish amok can be easily found on menus. The dish is traditionally cooked by steaming fish in a banana leaf. I've actually never had anything like this. You're Cambodian, you've had it? Okay. I feel like one of the chilies would go quite hard. I think they had, when I was looking before, they had more chilies, though. So maybe, I think there was another chili later on that I like the look of more. A lot of different pasta dishes. The pasta seems pretty good, actually. Oh, loads of pasta options, actually. Noodles. Speedy harissa beef. Am I saying that right? I think so. It was a cucumber salad they had here. So it's like some greens and some cucumber as well. I don't know what it is about cucumber, but it's just, it doesn't work for me. I feel like I want one of the pastas, maybe. Maybe this one. Pesto chicken and leek. Pork stir fry, maybe. I don't know. I think the part of the problem is actually I actually would eat most of these. So I've got to really cherry pick which ones I actually want. Beef quesadillas, I'm sure those are good. But I'm gonna say this wrong. Italians, turn away now. The Parmigiano and Parma ham pasta arrabbiata. And maybe I did okay. I think I did okay. That one actually sounds really nice as well. Maybe I'm still leaning towards the chicken pesto. I think I'm still leaning towards the chicken pesto. We'll keep that one in the maybe pile. Beef quesadillas, I'm sure will be nice. You really have a palate of your 7-year-old brother? What do you mean? Just don't like fish, mate. Easy chicken matar sarg curry. That one's good, actually. That one looks good. I can even up the chicken quantity. Are you only getting from this week's menu? Yeah, so you can basically order, like the way it works is, you can't maybe see it on this screen, but you can basically order like several weeks, like they have different menus each week, so you don't get stuck eating the same thing. Like, what I sometimes do is I'll just batch cook. I'll batch cook, but then what that means is every day for lunch is just chili or pasta bake or something. So this will give like, this is why like something like HelloFresh is good for those things, because sometimes you do want to eat chili every day of the week, but sometimes you also don't. Where were we? More noodles, Caribbean-style beans. Maybe this is the chili I was looking at earlier. Is this the one my fiance wanted as well? I think we were both looking at the chili. Yeah, all right. We're locking in the chili. Pork mince, beef mince, pork mince. I think pork mince is fine. All right. Spiced chicken on baked Thai-style rice. Maybe this one, actually. I don't really eat a lot of Thai food. Quickie spicy pork on rice. This one will be nice as well. We were trying to up my vegetable intake though, right? And this one doesn't have that. So Caribbean, I think these ones actually. I'm such a sucker for chicken thighs. Customized. Can I get the halloumi as well, or is it instead? Oh. Yeah, I'll just get the chicken. Yeah, maybe this one. This one's an ad. All right, that one's locked in. Chili's locked in. No plans for Pacific, no. Speedy teriyaki sesame chicken. Maybe that one, actually. Keep putting that one in the maybe pile as well. The coconut veggie laksa soup. These are ones I'm kind of interested in as well, because this is the sort of thing I'd never make, right? I'd never make it, even, like, it would never occur to me to try and make something like this. Again, cheeseburger is something I would just make myself. Maybe this looks like one of the nicer pastas, I think. Again, it's like mushrooms and peppers. Maybe this one. This one's like, put this one at the top of the maybe pile right now. The salmon and creamy Cajun sauce. Guys, come on, we've had the fish conversation. It does look good though, actually. Maybe not for spaghetti. Again, like spaghetti feels like, you know, I wanna like branch out with my selections here. Teriyaki sea bass, pork steak teriyaki, lots of different different versions of a teriyaki. That one looks quite nice, actually. Spice butternut bulgur bowl, smoky mushroom quesadillas, creamy truffle mushroom nanitsa. Oh, I get it. It's like a pizza type thing on a naan. Okay. Ivory Coast peanut and sweet potato stew. I feel like we're getting out of stew weather though. Mango chutney, halloumi, and sweet potato dal. That one sounds actually really nice. Maybe that one. All right, let me make sure I've got the ones that my fiance wanted. So my fiance was chicken thighs. She was chicken thighs and chili peeled. We both agreed on those ones. And she also wanted the lemongrass chicken. Right, where's the lemongrass chicken? Look, lemongrass chicken. Have I gone past it? Yeah, honestly, I think like chicken thighs, probably my favorite piece of a chicken over like wings and breast. Oh, there we go. I got it. All right. So those are the three my fiance definitely wanted. I feel like I've got to lock in. Now I've got to lock in my ones. I might have to, maybe I do want the pasta. Because I feel like some of these I'm going to have with my fiance as like, we'll have dinner. Some of these, I want to lock in for dinner. Some of these I might just have at lunch. Because my fiance, she works like 9 to 5. Like a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, if you can believe that type of work schedule. So like these will be really good for the dinners as well. But it's also really fine for lunch as well. Because I feel like dinners I'm normally okay with. But lunch I have such a bad habit of just not eating very well on. What's the draft strat? Honestly, it's actually really easy to draft. I mean, I guess this is why they give you a different menu every week, because some of this stuff, like there's more than 5 things I would eat here. But I want to try and be... What's the point of doing something like this if you're not going to be a little bit adventurous, you know? Like, the burger looks nice, obviously, right? Like, Welsh rarebit is actually just delicious as well. But I want to be adventurous. So we need to branch out with my picks, you know? Like, again, like lamb kofta, like, it all looks good. Like, the lamb meatballs look really good. But I feel like I need to be more adventurous. So I might go for some maybe with, like, the Thai stuff. Some of the stuff that I wouldn't normally cook at home. Because I feel like that's, in reality, one of the big perks of this for me. Because I can cook food, but I've got, like, a... What would you call it? My menu is quite limited and quite basic. So I want to go... Maybe I want to branch away from pasta as well as a result. Branch away from pasta. Teriyaki. Honestly, maybe the veggie laksa soup. It feels like the most adventurous for me. Where was that halloumi thing as well? This one? Mango chutney halloumi sweet dal. Maybe that one. Like, I've never made a dal before. I've only ever had it at, like, Indian places. And then... I mean, rigatoni's always nice. But again, adventurous. Remember, X, mate. Stay adventurous. It's crunch time now. There's too much choice. This one, maybe? What do you think? Chickpeas are good for you, right? Again, this feels like the sort of one I wouldn't have normally. Okay. Meals. And now I think, I'm just going to do this just to be sure that I'm not leaking my address. But I think I can go here and I get taken to extras. Okay. Yes. All right. Address, not leaked. Look at the lunch tab. We know we can go back to here. Lunch and dessert and more. Okay, so these are all like extra things I can just add on. But I do always need, like, I always try and eat something proper when I, well, you know, when I finish Korea and I have that, like, 3-hour break, I normally do a meal, nap, EMEA in North America, right? But I want the meal to be something good. Maybe this? Maybe this. I mean, part of me just wants to buy the mac and cheese, but I'm like, come on. There's got to be more nutrition for me here somewhere, you know? Not the pizza. Or some desserts as well. If we look at the desserts, we're going to be in big trouble. Loaded chips. Okay, not the loaded. Don't get the loaded chips. I'm having to fight my you know, when you're on a menu and you're just like, maybe I should have that, maybe I should have that, because all of this stuff, actually, all of this stuff looks really good, you know, like, oh, do I need an extra naan bread? The answer might be yes. The answer might be yes. Maybe I should get some gyozas or something, right? That feels like a more reasonable side. Maybe I keep it, yeah. Spring rolls, gyozas. All of the stuff sort of comes with veg anyway, so I won't get that. Don't need for cookies, don't need for cookies, don't need for chocolate, don't need for cheese. I don't need for cheesecakes, I don't need for cheesecakes. Don't need for cheesecakes. No, I think the soups I can avoid. I think, yeah, okay. All the other stuff looks good. But I'll keep it reasonable. I only need to get me through the weekend in reality. Like for Saturday and Sunday lunches, and then I'll have the other stuff for dinner on main days. Do I need the steak? I don't need the steak and chips. Alright. Moving on. I feel like it's going to offer me more things. Again, yeah. I think we looked at a lot of this already because we were on the lunch things. Okay, wait. Let me just double check I'm not leaking my thing. Okay, I think we're set. Cool. All right, I can show you this as well. It's not leaked my address. But yeah, it will be coming next week. Tuesday, I'll get all of my stuff in it. I'll get all my extras in it as well, which will be... Oh, don't do that. Which will be nice. I mean, I think we're set, right? I think we're set. Okay, so yeah. That's the kind of deal. That's like the ease of ordering, which comes with HelloFresh. And then you can do it. I think they do up to like 4 weeks in advance menu-wise. So if you want to really plan out, you can plan out your entire month if you really want, or you can just do it week by week. You have the ability to change it. Like, even though I've locked this in as well, I think you can change your meals up to right before the sort of delivery date as well. So it's actually really customizable if you change your mind, or do something else, or you want to add anything on, or you maybe need to like change one meal or you plan to go out or something, you can change it around quite last minute, which I think is all pretty good. So yeah, if you want, use my code, you get pretty big discount. If you're in America, you get free breakfast as well. Like, I don't know if did any of you guys pay for breakfast this morning? Is anyone here American? Maybe it's a bit early for them. But is anyone here American and paid for your breakfast this morning? If you did, you're an idiot. You could have just had it for free. All right, then I think we are good to go. Really trying hard not to leak my address. Okay, yeah. This is the menu I was thinking about. Yeah, you can go plan ahead, different menus, everything like that. If you can't be bothered to pick, if you're super indecisive, it'll actually give you 5 ones by default as well. But I think very much we'll do this. And then again, yeah, the way the discount works, it might be slightly different in North America versus EMEA. Or versus North America versus the rest of the world. But on the EMEA one, because obviously I'm ordering from the UK, I get 60% plus free delivery off my first order, and then I get 20% off the next 3 weeks as well. Can cancel at any time as well if you or if you need to pause it for a week or something, if you're going on holiday, going away, whatever it might be. So super customizable in terms of all of that. But honestly, actually pretty excited to eat some different food that I wouldn't normally eat. And also super excited, because I don't drive, super excited not to have to walk to the supermarket and carry all the shopping back. I'm excited to have it delivered to my door. So this is good. Join the stream. Well, if you paid for breakfast this morning, you've missed out. You could be having free breakfast right now. So all right, seems pretty good, right? Seems a reasonable deal. If you want to sign up, you can sign up. It's fair for you. The code will be there. It'll be active for a couple of weeks, so you don't have to decide now. You can decide a little bit later as well. We'll do another stream or next Thursday as well. So I will have had some of my meals delivered, and I will have eaten some of the meals, so I can let you know how it is as well. But honestly, pretty excited about the options. A lot of this stuff, like this, yeah, a lot of this stuff I wouldn't be able to make myself without without the instructions and without the ingredients being provided for me. So I'll let you know how I get on. But honestly, guys, I'm pretty confident I can make it work. If I can make it work, then you can make it work as well too, right? We'll become chefs together. When does the offer end? My code is going to be available up until I think it's from 2 weeks from now, essentially. I can check the date for you, but something like 13th of March or something. So yeah, no rush to sign up. Cooking stream? I can't do the cooking stream. I don't have a setup for it, but I will cook the food and I'll eat the food, and then we can take it from there. All right. So yeah, if you're interested, sign up. If not, fair enough. But hopefully this will make me a little bit better. In terms of what I'm eating. A little bit better in terms of what I'm eating. Day to day. Because I'm so bad, especially when the sleep's been bad from the stream. So bad at just eating stuff that isn't very good for me. So HelloFresh will hopefully be able to operate as my nutritionist. You will sign up? Go on then, Panda. I actually call your bluff on this one. How do I say it then? Like, pinned? Oh, okay. Gyoza? Like that? Alright. Alright, Panda then. Let's see it. Alright. Where are we going next then? We said we wanted Malga Mirror. Where was the best example? Do you think it's for... I feel like I want to watch Zeta Division versus it. Is there one versus Falcons? Yeah, maybe it's this one, right? Maybe this New Junk City. Yeah, I thought Hambin was actually good for it. I don't know if it's worth reviewing because it's such. It feels like such a specific matchup. Only for Natcha Gibraltar. But I think he played well. Like when we watched it live, it actually felt like he was getting through stuff, you know? Semi to Pepe, I want to be the Pepe. I don't know. I feel like, and maybe it's, I feel like Way are just going to fall off, right? I think they lose. I think they lose to T1, and I think they're just going to finish 5th/6th, and it will just kind of be a little bit underwhelming based off some of the hype we've seen from them so far. Don't say that. I mean, it doesn't mean he's worse at Sigma, right? It doesn't mean he's worse at Sigma. It just means I don't think they're going to go much further. I think this is the it. This is the end for him. This is the end. I mean, maybe it really shifts as well. If we are just in like a hard Malga meta, maybe it's not particularly good for T1 either. It's not particularly good for Way. And it becomes just a bit of a scrap. But yeah, for now, let's lock in. I've lost the code now. Where was it? It was Zeta versus Falcons, no? Zeta. Oh yeah, here we go. What's that? Second map. And this was... When even was this? This was for 21st. That was for first day of the week? Yeah. Zeta versus Falcons, map 2. What was that sound? Was that the box? Oh! Someone signed up for HelloFresh. Thank you very much, chat. Someone's going to be getting their delivery at the same time as me. Maybe it was Panda. Was it Uenks? Good on Uenks. It was also you? Guys, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. I feel like I trust Enks more than the others. Enks is looking like the most trustworthy ones. Wilder, 0% chance of trust. 0%. Can't use my code. Yeah, I know when I did it, I had to, because I think the default link links you to the American website. The default link links you to the American website. So I had to like change .com to .co.uk. I think there is just a... Where is it? Hold on. There is just a code as well. I don't know if it says it in the message. But there's also just maybe a code you can just enter at checkout and that maybe works. Oh yeah, if you just use the POG HF 151308, I think you can just enter that at checkout as well and it works. POG have fun, random numbers, they love you. Wow. If you want to POG and you want to have fun, it's possible that HF stands for Hello Fresh and not have fun. But it can have two meanings. It can have two meanings. We can two things can be true at the same time. We're all wise enough and understand nuance to know we can appreciate that. Morning, Spilo. How is my nuance caster doing? I'm doing okay. I'm actually trying so hard at the moment, Spilo. I feel like maybe I've got like sometimes when I do the streams, I'm kind of like, because it's a long stream, I'm just turning up. But I wanna like nail this weekend, you know? So I've got my fucking printouts. I'm gonna have a plan. We're gonna do a pre-show on Saturday and Sunday for EMEA in North America. So I'm actually ready. I'm actually ready to step it up. I think I'm going to be alone for Korea because Hunter's busy. But, you know what they say about pressure and diamonds, you know? Pressure and diamonds. So I'm going to step it up. Surely you'll get a spot on the desk. I mean, it will never happen, you know? But in some ways, think about it this way. If I just got what I wanted, maybe I'd become complacent and lazy. What I need is constant adversity and constantly not to get the call up. And then I will keep getting motivated. I actually don't know what they say about dumbbells and toothpaste tubes. So I feel like, in many ways, the best thing that can happen for me is for bad things to keep happening to me. Thanks, Spilo, mate. Look at the thumbnail I made you. Where am I going? Thumbnail dump? Oh, that's good, actually. Here's one for you, Panda. Wait, I'll show chat. So I feel like here's my request, Panda, and I don't know how possible this is. Can you take the glasses mark off my face? Do we have the technology? We do not. Is there a way to solve this? Just Photoshop some glasses on? Go a monocle to get myself out of this problem? Alright, you think we can. Did I do one of these poses when I did with glasses on? I can't remember now. I did like a whole photo shoot with my fiance where I got a load of different poses for this exact thumbnail type situation. Just cover my face completely. Did I show you? Did anyone see the cap video? This is self-promotion, obviously. Anyone see the cap video? You see the thumbnail? You know, he didn't pose for this. He just made this pose naturally while we were making the video. This is just naturally. There was nothing happened. There wasn't like a big, like, oh, Cap, can you just give me like a thinking pose or something? He just did it. Just did it. All right, what was I doing? I was on the map. Just has that good jawbone. Did I ever tell you about this? One more tangent and then we'll actually watch some Overwatch. Did I ever tell you about this guy I used to work at with a cinema? He had like no chin. Not like in like a serious like disfigured way or anything like that. He just had like, it was like just didn't exist, you know? So he had cosmetic surgery to like fix it and give himself a chin. I don't know if there's an official term for this. I would say chin implant, and I feel like we all know roughly what I mean. And honestly, when he came back, it was like one of those memes. It was like one of those memes where he was suddenly like gorgeous. He was suddenly gorgeous. So I know the stream was mostly sponsored by HelloFresh, but I guess I'm also fishing for some kind of cosmetic surgery past sponsor as well. Chin plant? Yeah, thank you. I see we've got a surgeon in the house. But honestly, can't fault him. Can't fault him. He looked good. Alright, should we watch some Overwatch? I think I'm probably out of chin-based stories. Yeah, I think I'm out of chin-based stories. Alright, I'll catch you in a bit, Spilo. Take care. Alright, so full Malga Mirror, Farah Sombra, and this is the comp that I feel like is it's trending up, right? You guys have seen graphs before. It's trending up. It's also called a gynoplasty. Oh, okay. I feel like chin plant is a name that explains itself better. But who am I to question the surgeons? So this is one. Let me turn this down a bit. This is one I feel like is trending up right now. We might see it in all regions, at least on maps it's good for. Stuff like New Junk City. Maybe even places like Esperança and stuff like this. So, let's see. Because this is now the full mirror. 2 of the best teams in the world on these comps. ZETA obviously very much like the form advantage. Or like in better form, I should say. Alright, slow, spammy fight. No one overly committing or anything. Both Maugas attempting not to take too much damage. Now we're going to see both DPS. Looks like Proper and Stalker actually trying to swing a slightly wider angle. You see this sort of like a change in approach here, where both the Falcons DPS are trying to swing that way. Both the ZETA DPS seem quite happy actually just to kind of force the trade onto Hanbin. See Hanbin take a little bit more damage right now. Bernard's actually lost the HP trade though massively. Violet's going to be forced back. Now a pin out. And Stalker catches the opening rail. Slow fight. We've sort of seen that after that HP trade though, we've sort of seen the trade of space, right? Falcons are going to take a lot of the map. What the bans in this map? Where are we? We're here. It was Team Falcons picked the map. They banned Ram. Empower Mauga. And then ZETA banned Venture in response here. I don't know what the Venture ban really achieves, honestly. I don't think it's a very impactful one at all from ZETA. But maybe they kind of just... Maybe there's an element here of like once you're in ZETA's shoes and you go, alright, they banned Ram, so we're going to have to play Mauga. It's going to be a Mauga mirror. Is there really a hero that you would prefer to ban, right? Like, you kind of just want to play the same heroes that they do. So you kind of just ban something. Yeah. Alright. So if you actually get first flip off that as well, just from the HP trade, very, very slow and tactical playing for this HP advantage. No team really wanted to commit. But it's still half HP, actually. Violet is on the Ana as well. Wait, I'm going to rewind. I'm going to rewind. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Oh, I guess, yeah. So they wait for Violet. They pick him up. He's come back on Ana right now. Now, typically with Ana, it feels like... it should die. But I guess maybe... Actually, maybe this explains the Venture ban a little bit, right? Because with these type of DPS, you probably get away with Ana, right? Because it's not like some of these Mauga comps where you see Genji and Venture, Tracer, all of this stuff, and you're just like... You're really under a lot of fucking pressure if you try and play anything that isn't like a Juno Brig or like a Kiri Lucio type thing. But actually, maybe with these type of DPS, ban of a Venture... They get a bit of a greedier one. They can get away with this greedier backline, I should say. Alright, let's see how it translates into reality. Bernard's going to keep swinging. Fielder playing very close to Hanbin, as is proper. Now we're going to see, again, like, trying to take the wide angle here, Alfie. Bernard's lost for HP trade again, but Flora just finds the opening pick. Alright. Yeah, Ana should be really good into Mauga. The normal problem you have with Ana is sometimes the Mauga mirror can just become too fast and too chaotic for you. In the sense that, like, especially if, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Proper go Genji or Stalker go Genji or Tracer or something as well. And then, in theory, between the stomp timings and, like, a DPS diving in, Ana has a really hard time staying alive in a lot of these things. But into Pharah Sojourn, maybe you can really get away with it. If your captain hits an opening shot like this, you can probably definitely get away with it. And again, Falcons are just going to concede for point. Alright, so slow and tactical. Slow and tactical, opening pick. Nobody overcommitting. Alright, both teams again happy to take a relatively slow, spammy fight. Again, you can see exactly, I mean, actually, we've seen ZETA Division do this. We saw him do this on Night Market, was it? As well. Well, they are just actually full. We used to call this chain theory in London, but like everyone can sort of see each other, but they're just trying to occupy as much of a map as possible. And as you can see, a little bit they've got like a marginal, but they've got a slight HP advantage on Hanbin. So Falcon's going to have the onus to try and do something. They're going to run into Bernard. They're going to try and swing on him here, but I just feel like this is it's just asking for trouble here out of Hanbin. They're going to Ray through. Finn's going to respond with Ray. It's fair to say Chio's Ray is actually a little bit closer in all of this. Worth noting, Proper's on like an adventure outside when this is all happening. Ooh, they just about get into it, and Alfie goes there, and Proper's just too late compared to how quickly everything's happened, right? So then he can't even barrage in the end. He's going to go for a play onto Violet. Violet's good for it, though. Crushes him. And a pretty clean fight. See, I don't know. I understand the onus from, like, Falcons had no space, right? They had to do something to get themselves out of a corner or try and like, vie for these angles. But I feel they could have also just played that slower, right? Just have their Pharaoh peek into this angle a little bit. Just clear some of the space, you know? I think Bernard was actually so deep peaked. It was a really hard one to take. But the bigger difference maker is obviously the fact that Proper was going for a long flank. And considering Falcons made the first move, the fact that they made his move before Proper's ready is just a, well, just bad. Alright, nade on a rotation from Violet as well. Catches everyone. They're still going to rush forward here. Is Violet taking the piss? Or he might be taking the piss. He's going to get away. He's going to get away with it. But it means everything is a little bit not what they want. All right, Bernard's going to drop the cage. It's not a good cage, Atch. I mean, it kind of is, right? It's not optimal, but it still does enough, right? Because now all of a sudden, even though Hanbin's managed to get the stomp time and get out of the cage, he is a very lone figure right here. And if anyone wants to come help him, they have to walk through the cage. I don't know if Fielder's going to have to pop the rally. Where even is Fielder? Fielder's on the angle. He's going to have to, like, pop the rally and just run in. Hanbin's going to drop his own cage to just try and play his life more than anything. I think he's more concerned about living than he is about catching anyone. And yeah, they're just not there in time, are they? I actually want to go back. Don't crash. How has Violet managed to kill Proper again? You thought Violet was rotating back to point, but he's actually still coming for you. Alright. Stalker's going to get a couple. Ooh, maybe even a third. Not quite a third. Alright, Hanbin's actually going to go Diva at this point, which maybe spoils a little bit of our watch the Malcolm mirror theory. Maybe I should have checked out. I mean, the database does have this information. Alright, so in theory now with the Diva, should be more ability to win some of his side space, you know, like someone like Proper and Flora shouldn't be able to do some of the things they did on first point when they take these wide angles. Because the Diva can just sort of fly over, overload it, and if the Falcons DPS peak at the same time, should be really hard. We'll see if that sort of translates into reality. It's like now Alpha is taking this position, even though he's got Brig Pocket. I'd really be interested to see, like, is there ability to get on this Farah? Alright, Fielder's going to rally on point. Going to walk forward. Alfie's going to find the pick, actually. I want to go back and see kind of how it happened. I guess it's Flora, like, body shot and rocket just hit at the same time. We're going to try and barrage with this. Barrage is actually good. You see Proper trying to use a little bit of a shield. Like, it's not quite perfect, but I think you can kind of see the idea. Plus, he's got Matrix. Plus, he's wiggling. So they delete the Malga. Malga doesn't have a lot of really great responses against barrage. Now they have player advantage, and they can just walk forward. Hanbin's next timing. Ray's going to come out. Chia doesn't have Ray, so they need to kite. Fielder Kite's a different way than everyone else. But oh, concussive implosion pulls him back in. He is okay. Chio's going to respond with Foray. Stalk with the overclock on the flank. They deal with both of them. Alright, a pretty classic just push-pull fight, right? Like, they try and go with it. Again, there's maybe a question of, like, do they need to do this when Bernard's dead? Violet's going to get himself staggered as well. Cheers, Violet. Alright, holding relatively close. Ult-wise, not too much. Maybe just a barrage timing at a certain point for proper. Matrix it in, etc, etc. I feel like, again, if I'm Falcons, maybe I want to fight them here, but I kind of want to stretch it out a little bit. You know, like, have ZETA and walk into this space. Have just, like, pull them into our sight lines more than anything else, you know? Give a chance for our diva to try and isolate someone. We're actually playing so aggressively, though. Like, it feels like Fielder's sort of taking the piss. They have got so much early damage on the Malgra as well. You see the concussive implosion doing a lot. They're going to whip shot him. Going to keep peeking. They're obviously just trying to make... they're just trying to make the fight hard probably more than anything. And they actually do make it hard enough. I mean, I guess, like I said, I would have preferred like a slower fight, but I guess with the time percentage, it makes enough time... Makes enough sense to go forward. And then just... You can probably do both as well if you're good. Like, shoot them really early here, and then still get out and still play for, like, Sojin up here, Pharaoh above here, or something like that. Some kind of version of something like that. Alright, they're actually going to stagger late kills as well. Like, pretty sloppy from ZETA, actually. Can't get any more. Oh, full matrix. All right, 1-for-1 ult trade. All right, Stomp comes. They try and push with the tail end of this rally now. Is Bernard finding anything? Not quite, but Violet is. Oh, I want to rewind. Hold. He did feel. Oh, okay. Maybe Fielder didn't have. I was wondering why Fielder didn't just respond with rally at a certain point, but maybe he just, yeah. He gets booped down and he has it now. And then by the time he's like, he could press it now type thing. Oh, he is going to press it now. He trades one. Cage is up. They've got Cage and Matrix to work with this. Shielding. Oh, and the disruptor shots are too powerful when they're stuck in the corner. Yeah, probably not too much to that, just a better ult situation. Again, the same kind of thing, right? One thing that is true is when we get into these type of matchups, is even though the diva will be better at... One, it'll be better dealing with Diana, which is part of the reason Violet swapped, and I'll be better at dealing with the DPS. The ult matchup is just wank, right? Like, Bomb versus Cage is so, it's just a complete mismatch, right? Cage is like a super powerful ult, can even win fights if you're down ults with that. Self-destruct is kind of like a... if you have it, you can't really fight plan around it. It's just like a backup life type thing. Alright, so very split push here. Same thing again, we're seeing like a Fielder Stalker group here. This time it's Fielder, I guess, has made very much a similar decision that Violet did in terms of, I think I can get away with a greedier backline pick. Get some of this value. They're going to try and respond though, so it's a speed ring, and Violet, Flora, Alpha Eve are trying to overload this side, trying to catch Fielder. Fielder will indeed be caught. They all catch a nade as they come through. But very quick response, and you can see Banara's going to do the sensible thing of knowing everyone's going to deal with this side. I'm just going to slowly walk back. I just need to not die, essentially. Now, so all Burner has to do here is play his life as best as possible. Going to tuck himself underneath point, break the line of sight a little bit. His team have done the job with the overclock. They found the pick on the side fight. And we saw, I want to say it was... Does anyone remember watching Alcud Seer play play Samoa Downtown twice this weekend. And both times they made a really similar decision on the Lucio Genji group. Because when they see this Lucio Genji group on the side, like if you remember, if you imagine Samoa Downtown, it's like this big point, thing in the middle, there's a little side room here. What happened is both teams tried to send a Lucio Genji here. And when Alcadcia saw this, I think they were playing Diva both times, maybe, but you can do the same with Ram, is they went from just sort of holding like relatively normal pacifist positions. They were just 5-man speed onto this group. And both times they were able to catch and kill the Genji or Lucio or both before anyone else in the other groups in main were able to do anything to respond or get any value. So we see Falcons make ZETA make a really similar decision here. Get the payoff. And winning a fight for just overclock, gonna feel good about that. Alright. And now we're gonna see a classic. An absolute classic. But principle is the same, right? Principle is very much the same of Banara's just gonna essentially waste their time here. You know, as much as these 3 people can push Banar, they can't fucking kill him in like a consistent or meaningful way, right? They can chunk his HP, they can clear him out, blah, blah, blah. They can make him run away, but they can't actually kill him. Meanwhile, again, Speedring, Farah, if Flora's even leaning this way, they're just like, what are you? You guys are having a right old perk row, aren't you? I'm watching some Overwatch. A classic perk situation. Alright, and as a result, basically, ZETA Division, they do the same thing twice. Same thing twice. Works both times. Give a reward for it. And looks like we're going on point C next. Again, no comp swaps at all. Obviously, we saw the Ana swap from Violet force out or make having want to pick Diva. Now they get the early pull control here. Thoughts on Hambinson? Yeah, best of all time. Honestly, like I think maybe I'll talk about it a little bit more when we do like a bit of a pre-show tomorrow for Korea. But I feel like actually, okay, I'm gonna try and be very particular about how I phrase this because I feel like Twitch chat, not all of you, but a lot of you, Reddit, Twitter, they all have like a you know, their willingness to define someone as washed, the barrier to cross that threshold into washed is quite low. For some people, the barrier into washed is a single mistake. So for some, it's you lose a map. For some, it's you lose a series. You know, my barrier for washed is a lot is a lot bigger, right? Is a lot bigger, right? So to be washed, I feel like we need to see a steady decline over time, and we just need to see sort of no signs of life, right? We need to see, you know, if there's still like a little bit some sort of power spikes, you know, they're up and down, maybe they're not as consistent as they once were type thing, but they're not washed. To be washed, I feel like we need flatline, you know? We need the it needs to be gone. Okay? So, but I did feel like this season, as we were looking at it, even though we're only in stage 1, I did feel, as I looked back at like some of and thought about Hambin's performances, I was thinking we're nearly flatlining, you know? And there was a point where I was getting like, is it actually time to call it on Hambin? Is it just past it, right? Because some of it you can excuse with hero pools don't feel great, you know, etc., etc. But some of the troubles some of the performances he was putting in, these were stuff like Diva and Ram, heroes he's done well on in the past. So it was like, is it just gone? Is it not happening anymore? You know, has he lost access to his old peak or something? But this performance, maybe not so much against ZETA Division, but against Crazy Raccoon, where was it? This performance right here, this was actually, I felt like Hambin was back, you know? Not just, well, Falcons won the series, so they're back. But like, Hambin was a big factor in why they won the series, you know? Not only did he win his Winston map, for crying out loud, but his Diva looked really good on Esperança. His Diva looked really good here on Saravassa as well. Maybe that's actually a good map to watch as well, but Crazy Raccoon versus, yeah. And for King's Row, I thought he was actually so good on King's Row. When he went for Zarya as well, he was, I mean, he's always had a great Zarya, but he was there. So I feel like actually Hanbin is, you know, we've been close to flatlining, but just that moment in the video where, or the moment in like a TV show, where they, like, you think a character's died, all the other characters, they've accepted that he's died, and then all of a sudden, back to life. Hanbin has hit, he's hit back to life, you know? He's, the revival is real. So I feel like Hanbin, such an important performance for him, I think. Exactly. Alright, so retake, nade onto Bernard to try and clear some space, allow Hanbin to walk up. Stalker's going to respond, or can use the overclock as well to help them keep walking. Ray comes out from Finn, and Stalker's going to get instantly deleted. I know people were, people were like quite high on Flora after the performance here, right? They're going to try and barrage to turn it. They do catch Banar as a result. Violet's going to rally to keep going forward. Shio's going to keep walking forward with Ray, but it's kind of just fucked. This is also these parts of the Malga fight, like the Ray trade and stuff. This is where the Ana can really struggle. But I guess ultimately they kind of just win an ult, like, but it's 2 for 2. But you have to bear in mind that Stalker's overclock got exactly 0 value. Because he's just got his head blown off by Flora. So by the time we actually get to the ult trade, they're just using 2 ults for 1. Both support ults feeling pretty good. And Hanbin feels the need to swap back again. I don't think Kai's washed either. I feel like the biggest, we'll talk about EMEA more when we get to that part of the weekend. But I feel like TU's biggest problem now isn't that any of their players can't do it or can't cut it. The problem they have now is confidence. I think the way their games have gone, confidence is at rock bottom. And EMEA is so competitive right now. That's enough of a swing factor, you know, for me. If they win one game, though, TU, I think we can see, like, we will actually see Slingshot Theory in full effect. But getting that first win, I don't know if, like, you'll see this in football, NFL, you know, anyone who's, any sport you follow, once the team starts to be low confidence, it's so hard to find a result, you know? But once you get that result, you can build on that. But you just need a bit of luck sometimes to get it, right? Has anyone played Football Manager? If you've ever played Football Manager, it's actually Football Manager theory. If you've ever played Football Manager and your team is low on confidence, it's so fucking hard to get a result. No matter how good your tactics are, how good your players are. Exactly. If your morale is in the bin, it's fucking cooked, right? You need luck. You need luck, right? You need luck or an easy team that you can definitely beat. You need that. And I think that's the situation TU need right now. So the problem in TU isn't faith, it's faith. Exactly, Stray Error. Stray Error ahead of writing, everyone. Alright, so Hanbin trying to walk out the choke. They had to defensive nade just to pocket him up. They cleared Bernard out. Now they can swing. A little bit of a flank going from Stalker, top of our screen. Body shot onto Alpha Yi. Now they're going to come in. Nano push from Proper. Oh, it's actually good for 2. Actually good for 2. This is just trust our main man to make a play with Nano. Can you do it, Proper? Yes, he can. They're going to sleep Bernard as well. Bernard's going to cage. But actually, I want to rewind and watch from Proper's POV, okay? If it crashes, it's worth a risk. Fuck! Okay, okay. I'm rebooting the game. I said it would be worth a risk, right? I said it would be worth a risk. The problem we have now is, can we get back to that moment without it crashing again? I mean, that's not too bad, I think. What are we, like 2.5 hours in? And that was our first crash. All right, that's, I think we've done okay here. All right, let's go back into it. New Junk City. Why is the replay viewer being so cummy? I think it's something to do with perks. All right. Oh, we're not even close. Do I just fast forward it? Wait, it was third point, right? I should have gone deeper. I think just fast forward it. Do you think they will drop play and dive with Chase? I don't think so. I think, like, when I look at that Twisted Mind series, because the Gen G series was really fine, right? Like, I know they lost, but it was really winnable. And I think if you're in a situation where it's winnable against the other EMEA teams, it's anyone's game, right? Anyone's game, because the teams are all pretty evenly matched. Maybe VP are in a tier of their own, but for the most part, pretty evenly matched. Alright, we're just fast forwarding because I'm not risking it again, you know. I know I said it was worth the risk, but it's not worth 2 risks. But the Twisted Minds one, I feel like maybe it was just like some of the comp matchups they got themselves in were just fucked. Because I think the Gen G game was actually an example of Chris's original theory, right? Because they won that Havana, and they won that... Was it Blizzard World? Or was it Dorado against Gen G? Maybe it was Dorado. Dorado and... Was it Dorado and Blizz World? They won those 2 maps against Gen G comfortably, right? Those weren't close. Those weren't close maps. And then all they need to do at that point is take one of the other 3 maps on what is maybe like more ground-based or more of that. Obviously, they failed to do that, so they still lost the series. But it's at least is a sign of life in the concept. All right, it's the fight after this one, I think. All right, good for him, the barrage. Not enough though. Overpowered by ults. And okay, all right, we've returned. I nearly pressed skip forward as well because the fight was over. But we're gonna show patience. All right, this better be worth it proper because we've come a long way for this replay. We've come a long way proper. It better be worth it. Wait, why has he not selected his 3rd perk? Does it need one? I mean, it was literally just half a second before he selected it. Oh, it just didn't show? Oh, okay. All right, then. Let's see it. All right, tries to catch Burner as he wants to walk away. Has his cooldowns in 1. Actually, just 2 clean ones. All over Flora. Nothing they can do to respond. Burner has just been left caging absolutely nothing. And I mean, it's a pretty all-in play, right? Because they're aware, obviously, that Burner has caged, so the rest of the team are going to try and play it slow at the choke. Try and let it only be Hanbin that gets caged initially. And Proper just has to make the play. OWCS got invited. You know, they offered me it, and I told them not to invite me. They offered all of us on Uncoachable. I said, don't invite us. we all refuse for you. Appreciate the generosity, but you don't fucking want us in there. We're not playing in it. Turned it down. Turned it down. All right, Alfie's actually going to catch Stalker here in just a bit of a stray situation. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be fun for us. It wouldn't be fun for anyone else. I mean, I guess they saw it as like a promotional opportunity, but it just wouldn't be. It would defeat the purpose of the system. I think very much so. Right, I should lock in because we can't go backwards. So if I'm not locked in, we just miss it. Or Alfie tries to get one more trade. They do actually trade Chio for it. Hambit and Fielder are going to try and get out. Fielder is really not going to be able to get out. Dies on point. I kind of want to go back. Fuck's sake. I knew it would happen. I knew it would happen as well, but I missed like the important part of that fight. We're in a rut now. We're in a rut of crashes. But to be fair, that was also the end of the map. Come on, Blizzard. You can fix it. I know you can. Alright, I guess what we actually need to do is we need to pick where we're going next, right? Ugh. It is Phi Citrus. So if you want the sign up, if you want the deal, you can get the deal. Get some free breakfast. It's only free breakfast if you're American, but if you're American, good time to get some free breakfast. What do we want to watch? I feel like we've watched some of Korea. Yeah, just VOD reviews today, Puika. Oh, they don't deliver. Oh, that's a shame. Fix this while I'm waiting. I feel like we've looked through a bit of Korea. Is there anything else I want to say? Waiting Turlins. Did we get the Han Binnison game? Nah, I feel like it's like a fun one to watch, but we've only got so much time of the day, you know? I feel like there's going to be higher value series. But maybe the higher value series, the higher value series are in EMEA. Which one do you think? I'm feeling like one of the TU ones, because that's like, I feel like the most interesting part of Grow Up to Turners. Is that the Colosseo against from the Face It team? I feel like it's a trick and I'm not going to watch it. I feel like the most interesting question for me here is, I reckon somebody's got a lower bracket run, right? Somebody's got a lower bracket run in them. Maybe both teams have a lower bracket run in them. But who's actually got more of a lower bracket run in them? Do we know who VP picked? Yeah, but you can't tell anyone, okay? So you, if you can keep a secret, ship waifu, we'll tell you. Ship waifu is a name. Okay, all right. It was Genji. But just keep it between us, okay? Luckily, we're a room full of trustworthy people. So everyone is secret safe here and all of that, you know? See, the thing is, do you want we'll do this properly on EMEA. You want my bracket prediction? Right? Ali Q win this one. Right? VP win this one. So this becomes Genji. This become Peps. And then TM and TU both get through. That's the way I'm leaning at the moment. It's just how the bracket goes. What do you mean grow up? I think it happens. I think it happens. Look, sometimes people who speak the truth are hated, but you still have to speak the truth. The truth is important, and this is the truth. Okay? This is the truth. Is that Jesus Theory? Yeah. Have you heard of Jesus Theory? This game, I don't know. This game, probably you have to say it's like TM favored, right? But I think, yeah, I think we could see like a pretty big reversal. Pretty big reversal of like the seeding coming into it like quite early on. That's my prediction, at least. That's my prediction. I think the biggest question marks, biggest question marks for each team is VP. They've been good all year, right? Good all year. By which I mean 1.5 months. But what a 1.5 months it's been. Let's not ruin the good times by thinking about how short they were. They've been good all year. They have to be favourite to qualify for China, if not win the entire thing, right? But top 2 feels like the minimum expectation of this roster based on how they've done so far, right? Okay. VP nice and easy. Team Peps. I think Team Peps have been in great form, right? I think Isis looks super good. Zodiel has probably been in the best form we've ever seen him, right? Right? The big question for Peps is, can they get it over the line in the important games? Because all these regular season games are important, of course, right? But they're much less important, much less pressurized than these knockout and these elimination games. So that's the biggest question for Peps is, can they recreate the form they've shown in the regular season when it counts? Because I think last year, even when Peps did quite good last year, I know it's different rosters, but there's some of the same players, right? In terms of like FD and Zodiel. Can they actually live up to that form? Genji, on the other hand, I don't know if anyone watched over the weekend, but do you guys know backbone theory on Genji? I think I might actually be a believer in Backbone's Genji theory. Is that Genji have potentially never had to beat a team when they're in good form. And that, not through any fault of their own, but they've only beaten teams when they've had like if you look at some of their results, right? Obviously they lose to VP. Cool, everyone did. They beat TM, but TM were also dog at this point, right? TM started really badly. TM weren't a good-looking team when they lost to Genji. Then Genji beat Sakura, of course, expected. All right. Then Genji beat Al-Qadsiya. And again, Al-Qadsiya feel like, again, a team that had a really bad start, right? Then, next week, they beat Vision. Cool, expect them to do that. Then, in this final week, they have a dogfight of a game against TU. They win it, but could have gone either way. And there's a question here, is this like, how much of this is TU going up? How much of this is Genji playing down? You know, which way are we going? And then they lost to Peps, right? The one team they played who were in form, you know, Peps really, again, also got like better as the stage went on, or as the regular season went on. They just lost to him, right? They just lost to him. So I wonder if maybe Genji has been overhyped by this TM result a little bit. And what the truth was, is that TM were just really bad at the start. And Genji were deserved winners, etc., etc. But they hadn't actually proven themselves against a top informed team. So I actually expect Genji to do worse. I think I still have loads of question marks about some of the compositions they ran as well, right? Like if we just do like a quick eye test and we cast our minds back to some of these series, like Genji versus TU, maybe some of these didn't feel too bad, but some of them are just dodgy, right? Do you remember at the start of the stage where they were playing the Hazard Mirror and Kaneo was playing Ana in all of them? And it just didn't fucking work. Like, Kaneo was just zoned out of a fight all the time. And then I look at some of the decisions as well. I was like, why did they run a Lari on attack the entire time, right? Why did they run a Lari on attack the entire time on Dorado and their backline just perma-died? Why did they not go to Brig at any single point? I feel like there was another one. Was it a Doomfist somewhere as well? No, it was a Doomfist. Maybe it was in this, maybe it was in this Pep. Yeah, it was in this Pep series, right? Where we just had the Doom Esperança. And I was just like, come on, like, did they swap it in the end? Let me check my notes. Did they actually just not swap it the entire time? Echo to Sojin, Peps, Genji to Tracer. GG swapped Sojin to Genji for 80. Like, just Doom the entire time. Mag played D.Va on all of Suravasa. Or most of Suravasa, right? Like, it just feels like they're gonna, I don't know. I worry they're gonna be put in rough situations and they're just gonna lose and that their reputation's been overinflated a bit. OWCS, I think are actually just a pretty good team, right? They had a pretty bad start. They seem to have got their shit together. And now they're on the upward trajectory. And maybe, I think most people would put them like second favourites to qualify. That seems kind of reasonable. Yeah. For TM, another team in the bad start camp. But they've not had the toughest of games. Like they've had an easier second half than first half. Obviously, they still lose to VP. Who doesn't? They smashed Vision, they smashed Sakura as expected, and they actually smashed TU as well, right? So actually, they've just gone they've gone 3-1 in these final 2 weeks. They've beaten a lot of the other teams. Obviously, they even beat Peps here as well, right? So I think if you look at like TM and it's like, who did they lose to? They had a really bad result in week 1, but then they've lost to OWCS and VP, and they've won the rest of the games, right? So it feels like TM are like moving the direction you'd expect that roster to move in. And I expect them to finish a bit higher in play. I don't know if they qualify for China, right? But I think they do better in the playoffs than they did in the regular season. TU are the team where, like, again, bad start, bad finish. They're kind of bad in the middle as well. But the roster's got potential. They do look like on the comps they're meant to be good at, they are good at. Like the Havana, the Blizzard World, the Dorado, they can really win their map picks. The question is, can they ever win not their map pick? And also, can they deal with what will be like they're probably the lowest confidence team right out of this top 6, right? And we touched on it earlier, right? Like confidence, intangible, but very much fucking real. And I worry that TU are in like a super low confidence state right now. Again, there's lots of things that could help mitigate it. You know, experienced players dealt with bad runs of form before, etc., etc. But sometimes even like an experience, like again, like I'll use a football example, so I might lose some people here. But you know, when Man City were losing, went on that losing streak, and all of a sudden, even though they still had a world-class team, oh, have I lost you? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Feels like it's died a little bit. Am I back? Can you hear me? I feel like my internet might have had a little bit of a blip. Are we back? Someone show me some sign of life. I think we're back. We're back? Okay. Oh, my chat also died as well. I've refreshed my chat and now I see everyone. Alright, that was a little bit weird. I guess I just, because my Overwatch DC'd as well, so I guess my internet just died for a second, but we're back. We're on to you. On to you. Yeah, so I think super low confidence. I think they can still win. Is he on screen? I can turn it off if it's just fucked. Is it just not updating? Can I maybe... refresh? Are we back? On-screen chat, hello? It's not looking great. It's not looking great. Oh! Nice. Everything is back as it was. So yeah, TU super low confidence. I do think, like, if they can win that game, and I think the way the brackets will work, if, you know, I think Team Peps are going to lose this game, and then they have to play TU. And this, I think, is the best case scenario for TU. I know they lost to them before. I know they got reverse swept by them before. But actually, they should have fucking won that series, right? Like, if TU should have won that series. So I think the Peps match is actually... This is a getting your mojo back, right? This is a getting your mojo back match. And if they win that one, then maybe who knows what's going to happen.
3, hope you're doing well.
Hey, no idea. Thank you for the 12 months. But yeah, I think they get that. Then maybe they have to face TM. Then maybe they have to face, like, OWCS. So it's like a really fucking hard run, right? It's a really fucking hard run. But if you get that positive bit of momentum, who fucking knows, you know? I think the minimum for TU, though, is, like, at least win that game, you know? And then if you lose to TM, you can just be like, oh, we lost to, you know, we're like a top 4 team. Who did VP pick? They're going to pick Genji. To such a degree, it might have already happened, okay, Robin? But between us. Keep it between us. So yeah, that's how I feel about EMEA. So I guess some of the biggest things, the biggest questions to answer as a result of all that. Is maybe we should watch some of this series, right? Some of the TU versus TM and just say, like, see how much of it was just like, are TU just trolling? Are TM actually just good or too good? Yeah, maybe we should look at some of that. You think neither team played very well in this series? That could be true. Ooh, formatting issue. Where am I looking? This one. Should we just start with the Lijiang? Alright. I need some more water before we start. And my Overwatch has logged itself out, which is chill. Pretty chill. So let me grab a water and then we can lock in for some of these games, right? Because I think what I'm expecting, I actually think both of them will go on some of a lower bracket run. Obviously, if they both go on a lower bracket run, they're going to run into each other straight away. So we're going to have to figure out who wins pretty quickly. But we can figure it out. Alright. Cool, let me grab a drink, and then we'll hop into this one, okay? I'll run an advert now so we don't have to do one during the thing. Let me just pause it once it starts.
Ready for battle.
Okay. Cool, be right back. Ooh, advert button. Oh, I'm back. Ooh. Let me catch up. We're trying to record next week for Uncoachable. But scheduling's really tough. Because, as you can imagine, we want a guest who is involved in playoffs, because seems topical. But what that means is everyone's in scrims all the time. Everyone's in scrims all the time, and because of the way the playoffs work, right? Like, if I show you the bracket, what happens is people's off days are going to be different, right? Like, these games are Saturday. If you lose, you also play Sunday. But then it means Chris is only playing Sunday, so his off day is Monday. Whereas SSG are in an upper bracket situation, so if SSG win, their off day is Sunday. So it's like, if the off days don't line up, it might be really hard to get one where we are off. And our guest also, spoiler, is in an upper bracket situation. So if they win Saturday, they also have off day Sunday, but Chris will be playing. So it's all a little bit hard with time zones, and off days and everything else. So we're going to try really hard because we know it's been a while and we want to do one during playoffs. So we'll try and make it work. Coaches reviewers peak. I need more. Yeah, we'll try and get a coaches review in as well. Again, maybe I have to lean lower bracket with this. Did I see the Ben Best interview where he said to you have internal problems with players? I did not know. Where did he do it? What about FPL tonight? So the way FPL works is, I don't know if anyone has, he probably played it in like other games. But like, it's basically like it's like a pickup game. If you ever played in a pickup system in another game, so basically it would be like there's a lobby ready, players can add up, right? So you might get, let's say people are adding. Actually, if you ever played my pickups for community pugs, it's the same system, I think, more or less. So people will add up to different roles, blah 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 blah. So you might have like too many of certain roles, and then there'll be a captain for each team, and then the captain picks from all the players. You know, as a captain for the other team, they pick from all the players. And then that sorts them into teams, and then they play the game. So it's invite only. If you follow Counter-Strike at all, they have FPL as well, and FPL is really like the elite, right? If you're a pro player, you get automatically into FPL. So I think OWCS, if you're in OWCS for top 8, you get into FPL, and then it's like invitation based. So you get basically like a really high level version of ranked. And then what's going to happen in the future, I don't know if they've announced this, but this is what I've been told about how it's going to work, is what's going to happen is a similar system to what they use in Counter-Strike, whereas they'll have the FPL, which is like the premium, right? But then what they're going to have is there's going to be a pickup system below this. So if you're maybe less of a Kevser in game and more of a Commander X in game, there'll be pugs for you as well. There'll be pugs for you at different levels as well. So you can also join pugs. And then the system below it, I don't know the super specifics, but what will happen basically is you can play these systems below it, you can gain ELO. And then if you're at the top ELO, I don't know how many people, but if you're at the top ELO, what you win is you win a trial into FPL. Only a trial though, because FPL again, like it's elitist, guys. You have to be good. So you win a trial to FPL. If you play in FPL and all the pros, everyone's like, nah, this guy's actually pretty fucking good. He can hang. You get to stay in FPL. You get to stay in FPL, and then you get to play in the pro pugs all the time, and you join. You can actually climb to the elite. Does that make sense? So then, if you've seen this in Counter-Strike, the FPL is a much more established system in terms of it's like the number one scouting place for talent. I think in many ways, FPL and Counter-Strike, you get players like, do people know Twists, Rops, Donk? All these players came through FPL. You know, they're just basically like tier 3 or whatever players just playing really well. So they all coming through this, they get a chance to play with all the good players, and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, people playing against Rops and Donk, and as you can imagine, if you're playing Counter-Strike against Donk, you might actually be like, yeah, this kid's fucking nuts, actually. Should we sign him? Should we fucking sign him? We should sign him. So I think it actually becomes like a really good way to help move talent up. Because again, you want to talk about how to improve as a player. The best way to improve as a player is to play against players who are better than you. Like keep leveling up the standard of play you're playing with. The more you do that, the more you get used to the level, the more you can excel at the level. And then you build your way up, and then yeah, honestly, like it's actually really good. I think we had like a free version of this in TF2 as well, and it was how I got semi good at the game. It was how everyone got good at the game. Everyone played these pickups. So it's really good for an open system. I think it's just really good for any game to have something like this. Any game that's taken itself seriously, in terms of its like competitive scene, having something like this, really I think like is incredible. And will the pros play it? Yeah, the pros will play it. So the way it works as well is they'll basically it's not on all the time. It's on only certain hours of the day. So normally, I don't know the exact times for you, but basically, everyone will be in scrims, then at a certain time scrims end, and then there'll be like a few hours of FPL here. So then all the pros will play in this FPL. It'll be super fucking stacked. You'll get loads of good quality games, but players will stream it. I know some people asked if I was going to stream it. I've asked to stream it, but it's not possible right now. Because I'd really like to watch it as well, and then just like maybe Wednesday night, Thursday night or something, we just watch some FPL and we watch some super high level fucking pickup games. You know, some of the pros have played in it already. I know I was talking to Astro the other day, and he was saying like, it's actually fucking class. You sign up to a game, everyone is in voice, everyone's trying really fucking hard, and you get to hear the players' comms if they're streaming all of this. It's like actually Quartz streamed it earlier. Yeah, I feel like it's actually a super good thing for the scene. I've did it before at the end of the last stream. I'll do a proper pre-show for EMEA in North America at the weekend, where I'll talk about it in more detail. But yeah, I'd really like to spectate them, and then I can just like cast them. Then it's good practice for me casting. It's a nice way to watch the games. And it'd just be like a nice little product, really. But yeah, I think the system's super cool. There's also, you know, if you are only for pros who are considering playing it, because people ask like, will the pros actually use it? Right? Will they bother? Will there be enough interest? There's fucking, I don't know when they start. I don't know if they're there now, but there's cash prizes like each week. So you better believe the pros will be signing up, right? It'll just be like ranked games. So if the players are streaming their POV, they'll be streaming it, and you can go listen to them and listen to the comms they have with teammates that are players on their team. I want to stream it as well, so I can do it more like I can cast for match, and it'll just be like a bit of fun. But they're looking into that for me, but it's not possible right now. Yeah, I think the like cash prizes are just a great way to help fund players who maybe, you know, help boost players' salaries, or even help players who don't have a salary earn a bit of extra money. And they will just be super high level, super competitive. They will just become the best way to play. Yeah, I think they'll do hero bans and stuff, like a pretty similar format. I don't know for sure, but my guess is they will. Yeah, so only way to watch right now is a player streaming them. I'm hoping to be able to do it at some point, and then we can maybe find a few days a week to like lock in for it. But at the moment, just watch for the players' POV, because the players will be in voice with all their teammates as well, so it should actually be really enjoyable to watch from, you know. I think when I'm watching it, I'm gonna have 5 Twitch tabs open. I'm gonna have players from either team. You know, I'm gonna be jumping between player comms, trying to watch everything. So it should be good. Yeah, and then I don't know I don't know the dates and specifics of everything, but no, I don't know because it's in beta still now, I think. Or maybe is it FPL's going live tonight? They did like a trial for FPL, but that's going live tonight, and then I think the full system for like under FPL is going to go live in the future, maybe like in a month or something, maybe a bit less. No, it's a different system than like Face It League. So there's not currently anything in place to set up for co-streaming. But I've expressed my interest, they know I'm interested, and they're looking into it for me. So as soon as I know, you guys will know, and we'll get some FPL streams on the go. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Always when I play TF2, it was the only way. I played like little bits of like pugs and like deathmatch and stuff, but pickup games are where it's fucking at, really. Even before I was like a high level player in TF2, I would still play the open pug systems as well. You don't want to play in the games themselves? I mean, they did invite me, Sterilly, but I declined. Out of respect, you know, it's an elite system, right? We must preserve the level of play. We must preserve the level of play. Alright, should we watch some Overwatch? Yeah. Is this across all regions? EMEA and North America. I don't know about any other regions. It won't be Korea. But I wouldn't be surprised because Face It support obviously like a lot of the other regions as well, like South America, maybe the big one outside of that as well. So I don't know if there'll be a version of it for that, but now I think at least NA and EMEA. Exactly, Sarah Lee. All right. So we'll start on Lijiang Tower. Wait, I need to turn this down. I know we're not going to really skip. Wait, hold on. I need to... Can you guys hear a little ding every now and again? Like a Windows notification noise? Yeah, it's my NVIDIA broadcast complaining. It doesn't feel like the stream's actually lagging, but I just want it to shut up, basically, you know? Like, I just want it to shut up and not make the dings. Because I feel like it's not actually helping. Let's see. Just close it. Well, NVIDIA Broadcast is like a thing that removes all the background noise, so you don't hear like my keyboard and my clicking and all of this stuff. Maybe if I try and grab the notification next time, I can just turn it off in like my Windows notification settings. Notification action settings. Allow notifications to play sounds. All right, I think, okay. Maybe that should hopefully just fix it actually then. All right, I think I've got it. All right, so initially comp matchup, we're seeing TU play a version of their ball comp. It feels like TM very much know what to expect here, so it feels like they are just on very much a counter comp in terms of the D.Va will match up quite nicely into the pool. Backline feels really fine against most of this. The Echo obviously matches up pretty well into the Pharah. Port's even on Tracer as well. I think there's probably... because it was TM who picked this map, right? So it was maybe a missed opportunity if I remember the bans right. Yeah, so Twisted Mind's banned Doom because they're worried that Chase is going to play Doom, which is probably a reasonable worry. But then they banned Juno in response here. I think they would have been better banning the Echo or something like that. Maybe ban the Echo and then the Pharah becomes more powerful, etc., etc. And then maybe they could just still trace a Genji, but I feel like Pharah's probably a bit happy with that matchup. So maybe a missed opportunity there. Alright, so they roll in. I think I remember this first fight. Because Chase is just doing, I guess he's had a few beers before he loaded into this one. A little bit of drunk driving. And they're all stuck at the bridge, which is, this starts to feel quite bad, right? We do the little smash view with everything. No fucking space at all for 2U. So they need like a kind of wide flank or something. I don't know if there was like a, I don't know, like a Lucio Sojin here or something. Starts to open the map up a little bit more. Like you have to be very scared against this comp that they just don't like 5-man you the other side. But maybe something just to like stop them all getting stuck at bridge, maybe. Alright, looks like we're going to try and do this. Chase is going to roll all the way through. Kai's going to use this opportunity to peek. Kai swings, bit of harassment to the backline. Sleep is missed by Twilight. Alright, Chase is contesting the point. Ah, they fuck up a contestable point. This is just a lot of like sloppy things. Like nothing major from Chase, but just like the first fight, we're just kind of rolling and losing our HP for no reason. Then we lose the touch. Touch so annoying to give up on these points, but we are going to get the kill onto Psycho after it. Kev's is going to harass the backline, put Valkyrie in like a real spot of bother. And again, you see once they get in this space, like once they manage to get out of the bridge, because it's so nice if you're the tank just to contain the enemy backline on the bridge. So if they ever get a chance to swing out, like when they go point or something, you can see Twilight Kai have really made use of that opportunity. They should be good for it. They're just double pocketing Kai. Should be able to chase down these kills. Everyone's trying to kill TVNT. TVNT does a decent job juking it. They're trying to now go to point instead. How you handling the replay bug? Just never rewinding Spilo. Never using the skip button. Only just pause in slow motion. It means sometimes they'll be like, oh, fuck, why did that happen? I guess we'll maybe never know. But it's sort of like the best of the world. Also, how are you doing Epic Pen? No. There's a way you can get it to work. Hold on. Let me find you on Discord. I'll send you a screenshot. But there's a setting. If you can add it as a window capture. If you add it as a window capture. And then change the capture method to Windows 10. Then it should work. And then you get it, so then it's like, you don't have to just show your own monitor, it just sort of loads it as its own thing. It's sometimes a little bit buggy if you do it too quickly, but it's like, works 99% of the time fine. Alright, so looks like they've decided to flip point instead, so they will get the point flip, but they, you know, Psycho's now back and they've sort of conceded all the position for it in exchange. So I think if I'm TU, I want to immediately be trying to clear these areas. TVNT is still low. Can we get Quartz out? Can we get Astro out? Stuff like this. You know, I feel I would have liked a little bit more decisiveness. Maybe they're a bit scared of Kitsune Rush maybe being up already, but By the way, I checked with their engineer lead and he said the replay bug will fix won't be until mid-season. Very apologetic. Fuck. When they say mid-season, I presume they're talking like season 15, right? Like ranked season as opposed to a WCS, right? So just feels a little bit passive, doesn't it, from TU? In terms of they sort of got the point. TVNT was low on HP. 3 to 4 weeks. Ah, that's a real fucking pain. It's alright, we can work around it. Won't stop me. Yeah, it just feels I'm gonna go back right now. I'm gonna test it. I think you normally get away with more of them at the start before anyone has perks. No one has perks, so I think we get away with it. Okay, we get away with it. It's like just this moment here of like, what's Chase's cool? Like, we have all our fucking cooldowns. Kai doesn't have to stop, you know, like, okay, maybe Kev has no cooldowns, but fuck it. We can walk in and just take control of the map again, you know? Take control of the map, getting this Diva out, get Quartz out. The fact that, like, if we watch this from Quartz's POV, maybe, and we go, like, right now our team should be on the back foot. I should be really careful about getting forced out. Okay, force it back to Mega. Yeah, just not a lot of pressure, right? In fact, TVNT's received so little pressure, he's able to like fly directly on and just get the one bop here when Astro has amp. They're gonna Kitsune Rush, so you can maybe make the argument they should have just been more ready to disengage it anyway, etc., etc. But I think they missed the opportunity, because if you look where the Kitsune Rush is, this is what you want, like perfect Kitsune Rush from Irony. If you're ever playing Kiri Lucio into an Ana Lucio or into an Ana Brig or Ana Kiri or Ana Plus, whatever, if you can ever get your support ult on top of the Ana, like where she's standing, the Ana will die, like 9 times out of 10. Maybe they have defensive nano now, maybe they can nano themselves and get out of it, but even with that, I feel like the Ana actually dies a lot of. Yeah, so it just feels like, yeah, missed opportunity, everything like that. Remember what you said about adversity? Yeah, just more you're right. 4 more weeks of adversity. You're right. I feel like if you don't run a flanker, you need one of your DPS Giga Chad, otherwise you're going to get smoked. Yeah, but it just felt like they had like a fine position, but they had like them choked out, right? Like all of TM stuck in this position here, even TVNT half HP. Just fucking get them out, you know? Make sure they cut. Like, you win over time, you've got a Pharah and Sojourn will do stuff, your Ana will do stuff. But take the advantage of them not being ready. You know, Psycho was just respawning. TVNT was half HP. Choke them out of this situation. It's defensiveness due to Chris's. No, I don't think this is a defensiveness. This to me feels more like indecisiveness, you know? I think you look at the best teams in the world. The best teams are always decisive. If they see some kind of trigger for like X players wasted their cooldown, something like this, we can fucking go. We can punish it. Like they spot advantages. And I think if you're not very decisive, or maybe you're low in confidence, which is certainly true of TU, all of a sudden you miss a lot of these timings. Or you just don't see the opportunities, or you're too scared to take the opportunities, or all of this, you know? And I think in reality, the type of comps TU want to play, and the type of comps they should excel at with their roster, these are comps that require you, like, require you to take risks, essentially, require you to play well. So we're going to make some swaps now. I think the swaps all seem reasonable. Brig into Diva feels pretty good. Winston, now we have for Nano, also feels pretty reasonable. I don't think it's like the best Winston map, but maybe we get away with it a little bit now we have the Nano and stuff. So we Nano chase around the corner. Astro's going to hit the boop. Again, I wonder if there's maybe more timings as well. Like, we always talked about this on London. Maybe that's not the best example of a team playing dive. But sometimes, like, when you ask Chase to just do this jump around the corner, and he has to jump into everyone, and he's going to get, you know, all Daniel needs to do is just do his fucking job, you know? Just, but Winston has jumped. I have pressed for boop. Everything's okay. TVNT is going to play a little bit slow. Matrix, any potential damage, everything like this. But there's also a version you can do where maybe Chase just jumps somewhere either to stage a little bit more before, like maybe he goes here. And then if everyone puts a lot of pressure on him, maybe they can go. Or he can just, you know, he can just sort of go out one door, out another door, bit more opportunity, right? And then everyone sort of peek, swing with him as well. Or maybe he just jumps to this pillar and he just tries to take a bit of space, maybe even bubbles if he needs to, and then he gets nanoed on his next jump. So rather than nano on his first timing around the corner, can we nano a little bit later? Because I think this nano just around the corner like this, we're asking quite a lot of Chase, right? Asking quite a lot of Chase. And you can see TM able to kite this one pretty effectively. Chase is going to then... Oh, I remember this one actually. Chase is just... He's just made a mistake. He's just made a mistake and will pay the cost of it. Because now he's tried to dive in one more time. The nade comes through. The nade hits... I mean, it hits 3 people. But the damage is too late, alright? They're going to beat forward anyway as well. I think, like... It kind of feels like a rough beat anyway since they're about to one-shot for Winston. But I guess, like, some mitigation. Like, 3 people are naded, right? Something could go wrong quite easily here. And then now this time, you know, you talk about like, once they beat push in, you talk about decisiveness. Everyone's fucking in with this beat push, right? They recognize, the Winston's fucked up, we have advantage. Now we have advantage, let's take everything. You know, let's not just take, let's not just take what was given. Take everything from them, now we have advantage, right? And then Faith, Twilight, no chance. Maybe Kev can get a trade if he's lucky, but no. Even a late kill onto Kev as well. Alright, coming back. Ult situation. Now last time to look a little bit dicey for TU. Chase still a decent amount of primal. They kind of just need to go with overclock. We're going to try and pocket Kev towards point. But you see Astro and Quartz are just matching that. This time Chase is going to take a little bit of a wider angle. Again, decisiveness, right? We're going to go with... I presume this is going to turn to a copy Ana. I'm going to go for this situation. Oh, it's actually a copy Tracer and we all go in. I feel like here what I would... I feel like I'm talking about Chase only, which maybe feels like slightly unfair. But I feel like in this situation, when they go with copy or something like this, I'm a bit surprised they didn't copy the Ana. Maybe Psycho meant to, but Tracer gets stuff done as well. But actually, maybe this is just a disengage fight. Like, if I'm Chase... Like, if I'm Chase and there is an Ana Brig here, right? Or an Ana Lucio, or just an Ana +1. And the Ana is going to swing and try and throw nade. My job as Winston, bubble this fucking Ana, right? Versus for Kiri, fuck it. You know, it's really hard to fucking kill this Kiri, right? I can maybe force her to TP in, blah, blah, blah. But my backline doesn't have a lot of time. There's a D.Va flying into their face. There's 2 Tracers on them. I would have rather have seen like we jump back and we just try and bubble our backline to live. And to be fair, like they get the copy out. Kevza gets a trade kill as well. TVNT is going to get D-Mech. Psycho might have a hard time getting out of here. TVNT might have a hard time getting back in mech. Doesn't have a hard time getting back in mech. Kev's just trying to force for point during all of this as well. Chase is going to die again. Kev's just going to try really hard to get another touch. Can he get it? Oh, Kev. Cheers, Kev. All right. Kev's got 1 touch. Now we need Chase to get the next touch. Chase can get the next touch now. Sleep is good from Twilight. Defensive nade is good from Twilight as well. Quartz will be forced to recall. TVNT is really caught in there. You can see they're trying to push forward. I don't know why Irony's ended up so far back here. Does he have no TP? I want to go back, but I'm worried we're going to crash. I think real question marks of like, how has Irony ended up in this isolated situation, right? When 4 people here, and maybe this has been a little bit of sometimes TM's problems when we've seen in previous weeks as well, is the English speakers versus the Korean speaker, right? Not being on the same page. And then Chase is going to get the flip, get all of this. They're still getting kills in spawn, but these kills are all worthless. Hey, Lex. Alright, and this is... Yep. Chase is going to have force his primal. Soft primal. And now the primal's been forced. They're just going to try and play out the clutch, but, I mean, Chase can't get anything done with his primal now. Again, probably could have just jumped someone when that wasn't window. Maybe taking that one away. Maybe just wasn't expecting Astro to be there. Alright, Kitsune Rush around the corner now. This one I don't like as much. You know, we talked about where we want this Kitsune Rush to be. We want it to be on this back line. Maybe it's a little bit scarier when they have the fucking... I presume Twilight has the perk by now. No, it doesn't quite have the defensive nano, but they still have the rally and stuff. And they can always still nano Faith defensively too. And Faith's going to do exactly that. His shield actually breaks quite quickly, and they're going to... B. They're going to nano Chase to keep the space. Twilight's going to get booped off the map. Maybe he's just too close in general, the backline. I don't know, this is a really hard ult situation. Maybe you need to defensively nano. Maybe just nanoing Chase to... Because I think if I remember right, this is one where Chase goes off, right? Because he gets Quartz here as well. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Gets Quartz and lives. So yeah, maybe the nano onto Winston ends up working out. I feel like, I don't know, if you're planning that fight, maybe you can trade your way out of it, but trading your way out with a double support ult feels a little bit hard. I feel some of the reason they were able to trade so much is this Kitsune Rush was pretty shallow, did nothing. And then the beat push afterwards, that was the bit that actually did damage for TM. Alright. So now full neutral. Well, I say full neutral, it's just like pulse bombs and self-destruct, maybe copy Sooners again. They're going for like a 4-person force point. And again, I sort of have to wonder of like, does it just feel like they're slow to recognize the situation they're in? Because it's a 4-person point force, right? And then TVNT has walked up bridge alone. He's just trying to like keep chase in check, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like, obviously, the D.Va can bully the Winston a lot. But not if everyone is fucking over here, you know? Like, I feel like if they recognize the situation, there's maybe even like, Faith can walk on this, we can threaten sleep on the D.Va or something, you know? Like, they kind of go for it now. But they forces, they kind of do it, but I just wonder if it, like, could have been better. You want Quartz POV here? What does he do? You better be right, because we only get one shot at this. Alright, so now both teams are anchoring the point. And now they want to go for the dive, essentially, here. They've got the copy to go with very soon. They've got Quartz's Pulse Bomb as well. Quartz has got himself behind. Backline's trying to rotate away. Kevster and Chase are on the backline while they rotate. They force for Suzu. Seems quite reasonable. Pulse Bomb's out. Pulse Bomb connects. Catches Faith. Gonna fly on the backline, and again, once you catch the brig like that, the rest of this backline just crumbles, right? Then Quartz should kill everyone. Yeah, he does. Yeah, and again, like the thing I'm like worried about if I'm TU is obviously that's the nature of an Ana brig versus this type of comp matchup, right? Is you see the ability to do like 5-person dives essentially are really, really prevalent for the Kiri Lucio team. But can we interrupt it more if I'm TU? Can I interrupt it more? Can I maybe find like these rotations away? Can I just find maybe a little bit of better spacing? Well, my brig is at the front, my Ana's actually like something like a little bit like this. There's maybe one on this part, where Twilight's guilty of being a bit too close. And again, it just feels easy, right? Again, like I don't want to go back and risk for crash, but just feels way too easy for TM to force for point, then set up this big dive, and just nothing happens to him. Just nothing happens to him, which I think feels really bad. I think they were trying to do the right thing as well, you know what I mean? Like Kevin, Chase hit him here while the backline tries to rotate away. And maybe just wasn't quick enough, but yeah. And Kev's is good for 1, but he unfortunately did 5 in that situation.
Score 0-1. Ready.
Teams on like a counter comp. I think on this side of map, yes. I think like say we're on the same matchup on Dorado, I think the Ana brig wins like or has comp advantage at least. But when we're on a map that small, I think it's really hard for the Ana brig, you know? Like, you know, it's every support ult push, every dive, they're very easy for TM to get their 5-man group all over the backline here. Which I think is, and that's some of that is just, yeah, Gardens is a small map. All right, so we are on Venture, Sojourn versus Ram, Genji. Okay, so in theory, again, like comp advantage, it feels like TM have won both raw rollouts here. Mauga generally seen as a pretty good hero into Ram. Again, we talk about map size. This feels like one that's good. Venture, probably pretty reasonable in this as well. They're going to see the Mauga straight away and just give up White Room. And they're going to play for a slower fight. TVNT is going to go for a chase, and not for chase, but for a chase onto this backline. But they've rotated up to high ground. And now actually Kai should be able to take over in theory. And TVNT, it feels like he should die for this. Slow onto all of them. Suzu's going to come out. Yeah. Oh, he is going to die for this. Okay, yeah. It was like an all or nothing play for TVNT. If he catches them before they get up here, he probably wins them a fight. If not, he loses them a fight. I think it's probably not worth it, really. I think just too hard to hit. What should they do instead is probably a reasonable question to ask, you know? Don't just bring me problems. Can you bring me solutions? I can try and bring you solutions. Okay. So maybe instead they accept now, all right, the backline's going to go up here, but then what we want is some kind of timing for our Venture. Our Venture can go underground, burst out, try and hit the backline. Maybe our Lucio can do something with that. And at the same time, I think obviously we can have rail and we can swing, and then we want our Mauga to try and hit the slam on the Ram. Because the slam on the high ground is impossible. Because Mauga can't fly, he can't levitate. None of these perks give him upward movement. So I think something like that would have been a little bit better. Kai's going to drop and slide down again, and this is actually a very straightforward fight.
The objective is now active.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, and maybe this is always true with Mauga into non-Mauga comps, but it's like if TVNT can ever get slam value, this comp's going to have a really hard time on said timing. But if they get enough damage onto TVNT early, or if they can just negate the slam value, they've got a really great chance of winning the fight, actually. So I think as much as Mauga seems very popular right now, I think there's like counterplay. All right, so we're going to hold close. Or hold close is poke close is probably a better way to say it. Again, we talked about the same concept of like, this team wants a close-up brawl, and this team wants to play a bit wider, a bit slower. Going to do the same thing again. Playing the good position. Kev's is going to drop onto Psycho, force an early deflect, gets out. TVNT is going to take an angle to try and clear Chase. Chase is probably taking too much poke here. Again, just make the Mauga fucking walk, you know? Like, if Chase can just sort of duck behind this pillar. Obviously, he's used the shield, so everything's kind of okay. Quartz is just going to find a pick. TVNT comes for a slam through. They TP forward. And actually, they make a pretty good push out of this, right? Like, TVNT tries to go back, but he goes on a Kiriko, so while he forces for cooldowns, the Kiriko just TPs past him, and now TVNT and Psycho are kind of just in no man's land of this, you know? Chase is going to get taken down. Twilight has to play, like... I want to go back. I want to go back so bad, but I can't go back. So no, I didn't hate our situation. I mean, some of it does just come from the fact that Kai's open picked in a fight, so 5v4, etc, etc. But I don't hate the idea of, like, if a Mauga wants to come in and you just go past for Mauga. Don't hate it. You do get that situation. If anyone was here at the start of the stream, we were talking about Hazard versus Mauga. We're watching Bernard play against... I want to say Milgari. Is you see, like, even though TVNT, he forces the Kiri TP and then he just turns around and starts shooting the Ram. Chase takes a lot of damage from that, you know? I think you're right as well, right, Sunky? Like, Twilight ended up here while everyone went in here as well, which is just, like, just splitting that causes some problems. All right, Diva swap now from Chase, not a hero we associate with him, but TVNT seems determined to die. I want to go back so badly, but we can't go back. They Kitsune rush and they trade for kills out. But this doesn't feel like a fight you're very happy with here. I didn't see exactly what happened, but gut says I want to blame TVNT for overextending. All right, so Diva swap. TVNT is going to one-up this with a Ram swap. A game of counter picks. Now they're going to beat push in. Some of this just feels a little bit like, oh, fuck. Susie's going to be forced. Twilight's going to be forced to TP out. Faith can't get out. It's just an element of, like, you know, when we were at the start of that fight, it's like 98, 99%. Fuck. Like, fair play to TM for, again, holding close, using their ult aggressively. We've talked about, like, decisiveness. You can tell Astro and Vasim were just all ready to go there. And they get their reward, right? And we see this a bunch, you know, like people being very quick. TV and... Fuck, TV. What's happened? How? Done the hard bit of a fight. Our tank's going to get traded. I'm just angry for both teams, I guess. Just angry for both teams. Alright. Jace's, and I remember this swap at the time. I thought they could maybe get away with it. Because they had support ults and stuff, but maybe this map is just too hard for it, because we will see it as it plays out, but at least first time I watched it didn't feel good for Chase. Should he have counter beaten that situation? He didn't have beat. He was on like 90, 98, 99% by the time the push came in. The problem sort of happens before that, where they just end up getting caught a few percent before they have support ults. Just need to get an extra few percent before we walk too much, type thing. But to be fair, they did go early, they did go high tempo. So like I think reasonable call from TM. Should he have beat? Yeah, we just want to make sure you have it before you walk in these situations. Alright. So retake now, double support ult advantage.
This ends now.
Overclock going to be used here on Quartz. They're going to bubble it. They're going to beat to keep pushing. They're going to blade. Seems pretty reasonable, right? Kevs is able to chase for slide. Kai's going to get in a little bit of trouble. Twilight will TP out. They lose Kevster, but they turn back. And now it's just like sloppy cleanup, I guess. Like maybe this is like feels a very similar mistake to what we saw on Night Market. No, not Night Market. Sorry, on Garden. Where, yeah, because I think we watched this at the time, and like Irony just ends up in a random position to kill Kevster, and then it means when Chase jumps on this, he's just too slow. He's just like alone as well. And now what should have just been a beat Blade win the fight. You know, they beat, they Blade, they get 2 kills. They just, the Kevster trade I think is unlucky. The Chase one is probably more avoidable. And now they come back in, they slow. They have Kitsune Rush to turn. Again, it seems a pretty reasonable turn. Irony is going to Kitsune Jax as well. Thanks to Kai. So yeah, they win the fight, but it now cost him 4 ults instead of 2 ults. Hey Artemis. Yeah, Irony was just in like we're talking about like the start of that final trade. Like Irony was just like behind this wall or somewhere like really random. So I feel like it's kind of hard for Kev type thing. But the Chase one feels like the one that was more avoidable. So, alright, looks like they know they have no ult, so they were looking to try and find a way to go early. They had their Lucio Genji on a flank, but actually they are all rotating this way here. So they're going to clear this at Lucio Genji out. Kev's going to poke him a little bit. Maybe there's a chance for Kev just to go, like, above here. And then I think, again, what I'm maybe looking for is, like, as they try and take this area, can we find some way to hit him? We're probably, like, if I'm TU, what I'm calling is I actually want to take this fight. We can't afford to lose it, but disengaging these ones is really hard. I think we just need to play to trade, right? Someone asked, sorry, should Chase have gone Orisa? Yeah, I think Orisa would have been a much more reasonable pick. This type of map, I think it would be really good. Yes, Sepulch, that's correct. All right. So really hard fight, really hard fight. If I'm TVNT, I want to do the normal things I want to do in the fight. You know, can I pressure for Genji? Can I pressure for Winston? But I don't know if I want to go too far from my backline. If there's ever a time where they dive and trade my backline, and I am just there, and I annihilate on my team, I should just clean everything up. So we're going to go with Blade, actually, first. They chase down Kai. They really fucking get Kai, to be fair. But, again, I don't hate this if I'm TU. It's like the, they use one ult, they get 1 kill. Can they stabilize? Then they find any more trades. Kev's has been forced out as Chase goes in. Can't find a good second timing, right? Like Chase is ready to go, but doesn't realize either he doesn't know or Kev doesn't say it. Maybe blame both of them. Now they're not ready. So this next dive from Chase is just like not very scary at all. Kev's is currently, if you look at where Kev is, they're just out of a fight, right? Because he was so low. And now he's just having to play for an emergency touch. And it's going to be really hard. Really hard. And that's just going to be map 1. Yeah. So yeah, I think they lost the comp rollout. Probably both times. maybe in general. Oh, hold on, I've lost my cursor. This sometimes happens with Epic Pen where I just lose my cursor. Okay. All right, we'll do one more. Do I want to do this one? Or do I want to do the Esperança? Maybe I want to do the Blizzard World. It's a very different type of matchup. Or do I want to do a Nightmare one? I probably have time for one more. Do I want to do Nightmare? I've not had time to update all of this. Let me go Wikipedia. North America. Yeah, don't want to do Nightmare against Team Liquid, but what matchup? Havana? Nepal, maybe? Blizz, you think? Okay, we can do Blizz. I'll go in North America, right at the end. 1, 2. Oh, it's tiny, but it's there. Come on, formatting people. Come on. Why is it like this? Come on, no respect. No respect for the aesthetics.
Ready for battle.
Oh, is this the one that had the pulse deflex on it? Oh. So, yeah, my expectations going into this series is... Honestly, I expected Team Liquid. I heard Nightmare were doing really well in scrims, so I thought it would be a dogfight. But it actually wasn't a dogfight at all. I was expecting a situation where maybe maps where the ball comp is pretty good, we would see Team Liquid do well and probably win. Oh, it's the deflected... Oh, yeah, you're right, actually, Myth. It was the deflected Pulse Ball on Havana. It was the deflected Sleep on Blizzard World. So what I expected is these type of maps, Team Liquid would win, but then maybe across the board, across the... You know, like, Team Liquid would maybe find themselves in a TU situation where they've got really good chance of the Havana, the Blizzard Worlds, the Dorados, but once they go over onto some of the other, like, more ground-based maps, like the hybrids, or not the hybrids, sorry, like the flashpoints, the pushes, it would get a lot harder for them. The curse isn't present. Are you sure? All right, I'll trust you. I'll trust you. If it crashes, we will have to burn you at the stake out of respect. But, you know, life of a witch and all that. Pitchforks ever ready. Okay, so we're also going to get to see a little bit of kind of a version of what do you call it? Of what TU were trying to do. In some for once, you know, they're playing the ball against some of the other comps, and we're going to see Infected get a pretty much the highest value slam you could hope for out of your ball. Sends everyone packing. They get to keep their space. Again, if I'm Team Liquid, the win conditions of my comp, if my Ana and Zen, and partly my Sojourn as well, if they're all able to live and keep space, we will just kill stuff, right? So if I'm Infected, if I'm Knife, I want to be slamming the Winston, slamming the Genji, trading cooldowns, finding the Sombra if I can. All of this type of stuff. So, alright. This time, you saw the first time Infected just catches them all. And this time, they get through. Zero's going to go with the deflect. Sleep lands onto Kufa here. They have to turn for the Sombra. They're on life support here, actually. You see Infected again, just trying to follow counter slam, right? Not trying to play playing to trade Viana. Can be quite tricky, especially on ball. Maybe if he was on Winston, he could just be bubbling this, etc. Nate's going to come and catch two of them. Vega and Tree are on life support right now. RuPaul's doing his best to keep everyone alive, but as he keeps everyone behind him alive, Knife's going to go. Maybe, I've been told I can skip freely. Maybe there's an argument here now. What Knife wants to do. Like, you see that sort of split-second decision when he's here, and his decision is, do I peel or do I go forward? Maybe in this situation, I actually would have just fucking take for one with Vienna, right? Like, we had cooldowns, right? Yeah, we had, like, because we dash back. So we had dash, we had deflect. Go take for one-on-one with Vienna and just exploit the fact that if I go, like, is Admiral in a position to help Eevee right now? Of course he fucking isn't. He's in a dive, isn't he? They want to trade you, etc. And then maybe you even can either stop the nade or you force Vienna to use, you know, there's a few situations. Either you take the nade yourself so your team can't get naded. You deflect the nade, you're a fucking god. Or Vienna has to use her nade defensively, at which point, again, nobody's getting naded up here, you know? So it can be the sort of situation Knife can get traded quite a lot. Obviously, Tracer was banned in this map. I'm sure if Knife could, he would play Tracer, and he would be doing more of the same thing. But I think that maybe would have been the better decision in this moment. Because they just end up all on the back foot, essentially, from this one Winston bubble. And again, we just like, can we influence the fight and carry from here? Not really. Now we have to try and retake the space. You see Infected trying to clear people out. Knife actually dies for it. They wait for their next bubble timing. We watched it from like Kufa's POV. Oh, so nice to be able to skip again, right? So nice. So yeah, first timing. Gets slept by RuPaul. Alright, next timing. Little bit of zap. Realizes they're really low. Gets one. Jumps out. Doesn't even have to jump out that far. Next bubble timing. 3, 2, 1. We're ready again. Zera's right there. Deflect him right in their face, right? So if there's any sleep, there's any nade, RuPaul either has to hold for trigger on it, and then he just takes a bunch of fucking damage when it happens, or if he presses it, real high risk that he's going to just nade or sleep himself. Alright, so does eventually manage to get the sleep off, but it doesn't change anything. Just nice clean play from... nice clean play. Probably the wrong decision from Knife, I think. Doesn't get him out of all of it, but I think it gets him out of some of it. And we're very quickly on to second point. And basically, same principle, same win conditions apply for all of these things. Gonna boop Kufa in. Gonna kill Kufa. Does he have the Steamroller perk? He doesn't have it yet. I'm pretty sure it was this map he used it. Alright, they kill Kufa there, they get the punish. I think he picks it a lot in general. So it could well have just been both. But he's definitely, I think he's the one I've seen pick it the most, honestly. Alright, so they're going to go with a nano in here, but it feels like, again, I look at, like... Did they need to, I guess, is the question, right? Like, has anyone walked up enough? We're going to try and really go. Tree and RuPaul are going to try and deepen their position. Vega's on Lucio now as well, maybe just to help a little bit with this. They're going to go in. They will get their person. Counter EMP catches nothing. Oh, maybe it does catch Knife. Been told I can... Oh, maybe it's just a normal map. Oh yeah, Knife just remains hacked. Maybe it's just because he's nano that doesn't show him the HUD. Yeah. They EMP that. Really don't agree with the EMP decision. They trade one for it. I think really worth it. Maybe Lethal gets found here as well. He sure does. Alright, oh wait. I remember this primal. I remember thinking at the time that actually, if he gets kills with this primal, he kills one. If he kills Tree, it's maybe worth it. Ah, just misses the juggle onto the slide. And dies. He picked it by mistake. I've heard it happen. I think Infected said he's done it before as well. He's done it before as well. Like just picks the wrong fucking perk while you're trying to select it, you know? And then just fuck. Well, just locked into that bad decision. But yeah, if Kufa actually got the juggle back onto the Sojin here and kills Tree and lives, 100% worthwhile. So I don't hate the decision. I hate the EMP more. The EMP I really don't like, but for Primal, I can see the vision at least. Alright, so same sort of matchup again. They have Nano Blade if they want it. Lots of big ults here, Nightmare. Don't quite have beat yet. Slam's going to come into Kuffa. Forces the bubble. If I'm infected, I'm more than happy with that. Overclock's going to be used by Tree. Catches it. They're going to blade back. Nano Blade. Tree's going to slide away. Can't get out. Vega doesn't quite have beat yet. Rubal's going to drop just to die on point. Oh, it's so nice to be able to go backwards and forwards. It's actually like a... It feels like such a huge quality of life increase after it being broken.
This ends now.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel too bad. I think they force Kuffa to jump back, then they go, then they at least force Zero into a situation. Could Vega have played it differently? Like he's just trying to amp in. He gets one boop off there. Slide onto the high ground. Really hard to be back in position in time. He gets caught on the low ground as well. And they get a trade. Yeah, maybe I don't hate it. Maybe Knife's decision making was I thought he could get the kill there. But just go push, look for a kill. Any trade will do. There we go. Another one. Loses sight for Mega. Everyone's 1 HP. Ah! It's Face It Pro League. It's the same as CS FPL. Just basically pro pugs. Or like top level player pugs. Alright, Slam, mine's on point. Should be a pretty comfortable situation for Team Liquid. Fuck. Probably really comfortable if this happens to Zero. Ha! What the fuck? Honestly, I thought he got past it in time. I don't know. Overwatch disagrees. I thought he got past it in time. Alright. Perfect placement, I guess. Then they'll push forward, they get all the kills. You know, we talked about decisiveness, right? Like in the TU, like, you get an advantage. Obviously, this one, it's like an entire player. But can you push forward, take everything? The answer is yes. Sag around as Lucio a little bit. Alright, same again. Kuffa's going to jump on the point. We'll start the fight. We'll have his bubble force and jump out. Takes a lot of damage. They're going to go with Nanoblade here. I don't like this decision on defense. I mean, Knife's going to guarantee the kill. Gets boot back. Can't get any more. We'll keep going. Oh, thank you, Maximize. Maybe it's not actually Maximize. Maximize? Maybe it is. Maybe it's just the Rogue Z is. The Rogue Z and S, both of them, throw me off. But Maximize, thank you for the prime. Alright, forced all the way out. 1 kill for a Nanoblade, get the hold. Feels like it's overpriced to me. Kuffa nearly C9s as well. Reasonably heads up play. A Nanoblade into C9 would have actually been that would have been a really dark timeline if you're a Team Liquid fan. Gets out as well to really take the piss. Admiral's going to beat push in. Vega has to be immediately back. Reasonable enough. Nano now into Kuffa. Vega hits for boot. Trying to clear the ball, really can't clear the ball. Next jump onto it, will get slept in spawn. Really has primal. Gets one. Zero's killed the rest of the back line. Can't kill this bloody ball. Really wants to kill this bloody ball. Can't kill this ball. Yeah, I don't know exactly where that went wrong then, because obviously the cover part of it seems really fine, right? Let's go back, because it's how do they get these trades, right? Because right now it's a nano onto the backline. Kufra is going to take RuPaul for a ride. It's going to get a sleep. Oh, what happened there? Chill out. We're going to see Zero do this. Cheers, Zero. But Knife's actually, Knife is good for 2. So, you know, we talked about that situation on, just for this one, Captain Ravage, just for this map. Yeah, it's not everyone that's broken, but there seems to be no telltale sign of which one isn't broken. So we talked about the decision Knife made on the first fight in terms of like choosing to peel in terms of just trading Vienna. Obviously this time he makes a different decision. Good for 1. Good for 2. Tries to play his life. Will die, but again, like he's wasting people's time right now, you know? Wasting a lot of people's time. And that's just enough respawn advantage, ball being so hard to remove from the point, etc., etc. We're able to stabilize. Admiral does Admiral does a big old rollout just to land on a mine and get immediately traded. Cheers. Cheers, Ollie. Alright. And actually, a pretty reasonable fight hold.
60 seconds.
Clutch that one out in a very difficult ult situation as well. Mainly thanks to Knife. Can I add this? Is this the thing? Yeah, I don't super trust this guy. But if it works type thing. You think he's just trying to... I don't know, like he might have... The thing is, the bit I don't trust, like the bit I'm skeptical of, I guess, is all the stuff he says he just gets from what's on screen is impossible to get from what's just on screen, right? So, how does it work, is the question. And also, when Hunter asked him on Twitter as well, like, oh, how does it work? And it's like, oh, it passes it all from the screen. And Hunter was like, what about these things you can't get from the screen? And then he just never replied to Hunter. So it just, like, if I had to guess, he's probably got access to something something he shouldn't have access to or isn't meant to have access to. So there's still like an argument here that actually it's a net positive, right? Like if it's accurate and it just works, then maybe it's worth it. But I'm very skeptical of how he's getting it. Like if he's managed to find a back end way through and he's getting the information, sure. You know, if anything, one of the criticisms that has been present of Blizzard over the year is the lack of openness and stuff compared to something like Counter-Strike, right? But I'm just skeptical of it all, right? I'm just skeptical of it all because doesn't make sense how it works, and when questioned, can't explain how it does it, you know? So, yeah, skeptical of the accuracy of it or anything like that. Alright, trying to mark the Lucio Genji flank again. Nay's going to catch onto Knife, so he has to dash out just to play his life. Nano boost now onto Zera, and it's probably just going to be like a Nano Blade timing. Like, I don't even know what they could do against this, really. Doubt of the Overwatch analytics account. And this new Twitch plugin he's made. So yeah, I don't know what the answer should have been. The answer probably has to be to do something more chaotic. Like, if you just stand here and try and tank it, maybe you're always fucked. Maybe you need Tree to make a play. Like, they end up playing really default here, essentially, Team Liquid, right? Maybe the plan is to kite and try and get to Nano. Yeah, like they try and overclock in response, but it's just cooked. Because if they get to Nano, maybe they can defensively ult and they have a bit of an answer to the Nano Blade, etc., etc. And then Infected can get mines on point, all of this. So maybe they were just playing for Nano. And they just didn't have time. Hindsight 2020 and all that. Should have probably just played for Tree to clutch. But maybe they thought they had the time. Alright. Third point now. Should get a little bit harder for Bald here as well, I think. Ooh. Nano and Knife in. I'm gonna win Nano and Knife really early. Is he low? Oh, he was really low. He kind of needed it, so they're forced to go. Alright. Gets a decent kill at the end. Lethal responds with the overclock, but... Wait, actually this is RuPaul in spawn, no? Because obviously he gets the Nano as well, remember? Strike perk. And then does he just 2v1? Fair play.
60 seconds.
Alright, similar thing again. You can see Infected trying to bully this Winston as much as he possibly can. RuPaul's going to walk in with a nade. They are going to punish it. Zero doubles in. You saw Infected as well. It's quite a nice play for Infected, right? The idea is you try and beat the tank in. You get shields. And he's not using his shields for himself, really. He just wants to immediately transfer it as a peel tool. Still not enough to save RuPaul. But I really like the idea. Alright, that's kind of clean. Most of the replays are broken, as in, like, when you skip it breaks. But this one, for whatever reason, this one is not befallen to said problem. So we can just sort of skip around freely. Alright, last fight. Mines it to the back line, very much isolated it on point. Does he just hit the wall with a nade? I see it like bounce back off him. Oh, it just goes past everyone. Oh yeah, I thought we were trying to hit the Winston. Alright, Infected's gonna troll. Does he get slapped? Oh, he gets slapped. And he just cooked. Kufra, on the other hand, has for Primal. Doesn't get anything. Oh. Alright, they're walking up. I mean, there's only one POV to be on for this one, right? Alright, they're gonna beat. Beats are gonna be traded. Yuvi's gonna nano. Gets the blade. Can't get any of the kills. Discipline to not wake. We'll just dash out, play their lives. And meanwhile, what's happening on point when this goes on? Yuvi's just fucking nanoed. Yeah, hit the nade onto Knife. He gets a bit of shield transfer. Sleep on the ball. Kill the Lucio. Damage onto the ball. Zero's done the hard work as well. Boot back, can't get the touch.
Initiating match.
I mean, it's such a good sequence as well because it's not just like a classic, like, oh, Blade, kill 5 people, blah, 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 blah. It's Team Liquid play the situation really fucking well too, you know? Like, Team Liquid disengage the Nano. They make it awkward for Zero to farm the last bit of his Blade. They get back into spawn, then they re-push with their double, and all of a sudden it's like the scariest situation for Zero, right? They're gonna kill him. And then Zero responds with like an even better answer to that, you know? So it's like, it's high level all round. Probably quite easily, but playable weekend. Alright, is it just a big nade? Feels like it's just a big nade, right? I think I remember this happens a few times out in this choke, right? They're just holding really close. Ruble gets caught on the way in, Vega gets caught on the way in. I think Kufa does he even jump? He doesn't even need to jump for it. But if I remember right, I think they get staggered here twice, or they get like caught going to spawn. Like, I don't know what Zero's thinking. He's actually, oh yeah, 1 HP, then gets booped in. Hubris. After his play, I can understand why, but a level of hubris. Alright, they avoid infected slam, they're trying to clear Cuffer. Cuffer's got pocket. Bubble onto tree, forces him back, zones for backline. Lethal tries to walk up, but can't find anything. Slam now onto Admiral, catches a body shot. It's good, you can just see, like, Team Liquid are just doing a bit of everything here, right? Like, if we watch the exact process, it's going to be, like, Infected is going to go, Tree's going to... Like, Tree should actually... it's fucking like, it's always a little bit trickier when you're shooting at the back of like the back of someone's head versus the front of someone's head. Like the view model's just harder, I think, most of the time. Doesn't get the kill, but you see the idea at the same time. The timing's just really nice from Liquid, right? Like Rupel's found a nade timing, Tree's found an aggressive swing timing. Maybe Knife is the only one who's not found a timing, but you know, likewise, Nightmare are going to be trying to make it hard. Trying to make it hard for this. Just doesn't get. Zero finds for punish. Exclamation mark replays if you want the codes for all the games. Yeah, just finds for punish, and now 1 player advantage of Snowball. And I'll stagger him out as well. Cool. It's happened again. Does it just end here? Oh, maybe. Oh. Wait. No, sorry. I look away for a second and they fed into spawn. So they killed Tree immediately. They killed Vega as well. They want to go for more. Does Cuffer just not have bubble when he jumps? He just doesn't have bubble when he jumps. Yeah, Cuffer's actually just a... For all the good work he did in this series, he's actually a prick. Unfortunately. Knife's going to get 2 for Nightmare's trouble. And after a really, really pedestrian, straightforward. The blue onto lethal was pretty nice, but they don't confirm the kill. I think if I'm Team Liquid, I want to go kill stuff here. Yeah, they're going to Nano Blade. Defensive beat comes out. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is the Ajax, right? Just can we find a way to beat that? It's right in front of their Sojourn. Maybe not in the corner he's in. Hey, Fefe. It's actually... He just gets himself in a bad position. You know, like when he's up here? Like, he just wants to speed knife in. He just looks at the Sojourn and then just hard peek for Sojourn again. I don't know, I guess he just wanted to give him a full speed boost. But I don't know. I feel like just double down and just go beat him there as well or something.
This ends now.
Knife gets one with the Nano Blade as well, which is just... You know, he did use 2 ults defensively. Oh, good denial, actually. Is he not even Mega? Yeah, takes it himself. Nice, Ollie. And alright, yeah, works out pretty reasonably, all things considered. Maybe there was like I don't know if they had all the ults at the start. Maybe there's like a... I guess they didn't, right? I was about to say maybe like mines or something, just zone the point, force them to retake into you, then you can use your ults more responsibly. But they also just don't have the mines. So I think they're right to push. Because I thought there was like a chance for a kill there, but I was thinking mines is just maybe like a cheaper way to do it, but they just don't have the ult. Because yeah, I don't think you hate this trade. Maybe if I'm knife, I'm also just thinking actually like if they have both ult, if they have the beat, I don't want to blade as well.
This ends now.
Or maybe I just want to get out because like knife doubles down for the kill, which leads to him getting traded. I mean, they just don't get the second beat as well. Like actually, if knife just gets beat, everything's probably fine, right? Because if they just have beat here, it's not knife getting chased out here. It's Zera and Admiral dying. And everything's just fine, right? And then yeah, they clean up. Alright. Now pushing into Blade and Primal really hard. Really hard. I think this is, yeah. Mines comes through from Infected. Slept. Lethal's going to clear all the mines. Nice and easy. Kufra is also isolating that with a choke. Has to Primal for it. But I don't think you hate this. Keep them zoned. You catch Infected. Just get slept. Doesn't get traded this time. One more attempt. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The Groggy does so much. How on earth does he... What even happens? Just another nade? Just another nade. Ha! Wall sleeping as well, which is nice. Alright, one more desperate attempt. And they've nearly got Nano Blade here as well. I think if I remember right, Nightmare chooses to play it slow here for Nano Blade, which obviously feels like a bit of a risk in the moment. You know, because if you maybe just lose the fight while you're waiting for it. I don't hate the call.
This ends now.
Sleep onto point, begging to overclock. Kufa can just get out. They catch the ball again, thanks to the Groggy perk. The sleep being good. Now they are just waiting, and then it's just, what choice do you have? You have to touch the point. Nano comes out. Knife's actually good for one, to be fair. Knife's good for two, actually. Is there an argument, is there an argument you have to say for Nano defensively here for their Nano Blade? You kind of need to Nano the fucking touch as well, right? To be fair to Knife, gets us one. Gets us two. Yeah. Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, really impressive from Nightmare. Really impressive. Maybe the ball being nerfed is going to hurt them. Maybe, like... Maybe also what is true is that comp that we just saw Nightmare on. I mean, Liquid can also just play this comp, right? And maybe the mirror feels a lot better for them. Or like Hannah Briggins said, I can't remember what the bands were. Maybe Brig was banned. Where am I going? Blizzard World. Oh yeah, Brig was banned anyway. But yeah. Alright. Alright, nice little stream. Hello Fresh is available if anyone wants it. I'll be back tomorrow for all of Korea. I'll be back I'll be back tomorrow for Korea. No EMEA or North America tomorrow. But what we'll do is I'll be early a little bit. I'll be live a little bit early. There's a sentence. Live a little bit early for EMEA and North America. We'll do a bit more of like a bigger preview. Korea, we're going straight into playoffs. So Korea is 2 games every day, and they're all best of 7, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I can. Yeah, so Crazy Raccoon versus FTG first. So, you know, Crazy Raccoon should be fine. Then Way versus T1. Actually, I think this is probably lined up to be a pretty good game. I expect T1 to win, but Way have certainly proven their worth with some of their recent results. So I think that could be a really tight game actually. But I'm probably leaning T1 to Way. Probably also nice just to see what the meta is in terms of Korea, right? Heard rumors of some Mauga. Obviously saw quite a bit of it last week too. So we'll wait and see what we get there. No double elim, no. Essentially, because Korea has the extra stage, so they have this seeding tournament and the last chance qualifier, etc., you know. So if you've not been able to sort yourself into like a reasonable seed by this point, you're never going to, you know. So they've all had like what is this? Almost like 12 games. All of these teams have played to sort this order out. So it feels relatively fair. So yeah, best of 7 and single elim, I think I'm really fine with. Adds a good amount of stakes, eh? And remember, it's top 4 qualify to the Asia LAN out of this. So for Crazy Raccoon, from the gamer, Way, T1, loser gets eliminated, winner gets to go to the Asia LAN. Nice and simple. Nice and simple stakes. All right. Yeah, Asia has. Once we get to... Where am I going? There's a group stage in Asia. And then we'll do a double elim bracket for China. No, best of 7 for Korea. I don't know about the Asia playoffs, but at least for the Korea playoffs, I'm pretty sure we're on best of 7s, if I'm not mistaken. So there'll be long series tomorrow. Maybe Crazy Raccoon versus FTG still won't be long, but I think Way T1, that could maybe be a really long series. And then we're treated. Depends who selects who, right? But you have to imagine ZETA is going to pick one of these 2 teams. Then on Saturday, it means we should get a best of 7 Falcons against Crazy Raccoon, right? So, can't complain. 8 a.m. GMT for the start of that one. I might be live like half an hour before that, but the matches are due to start at 8 a.m. All right? Makes sense. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I'll find you someone to raid. Oh, Backbone's live. I'll send you to Backbone. And also, I almost forgot if you could believe it. On the note of Backbone, I'm going to be releasing a video right now. A Pro Perks video with none other than Backbone himself. And we talk about not 1 DPS hero, not 2 DPS heroes, not 3 DPS heroes, not even 4 DPS heroes. We talk about every single DPS hero. So if you want to know about perks for DPS heroes, which ones you should be picking, some exclusive tips from Backbone as well, some tech I didn't know on some of the heroes, check the pinned comment on the video as well, because Backbone told me some stuff that I didn't know, so we added it in a pinned comment to the video as well. So go, yeah, tune in for that one, find out what perks you should be picking if you want to be a pro. Until then, I'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your night. And yeah, get ready for a big weekend of Overwatch.